Here we go for today's number. It's February 23, 2022. 10 balls. Each ball has a number. Numbers 1 through 10. Swirl the numbers. Pick a number. Today's number is 5.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The United States and other nations have imposed new sanctions on Russia after President Vladimir Putin ordered troops into 2 breakaway regions in eastern Ukraine, which the Kremlin recognizes as independent. President Biden warned Tuesday Putin is gearing up for a massive military attack on Ukraine.
This is the beginning of a Russian invasion of Ukraine, as he indicated and asked permission to be able to do from his Duma. Russia's moved supplies of blood and medical equipment into position on the border. You don't need blood unless you plan on starting a war.
U.S. sanctions will target Russian financial institutions, sovereign debt, and Russian elites. Biden said the U.S. has, quote, no intention of fighting Russia, but announced it's sending more troops and arms to Baltic countries, including F-35 fighter jets and Apache attack helicopters. Secretary of State Antony Blinken called off a planned Thursday meeting with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, calling the latest escalation a rejection of diplomacy. Other nations, including the UK, Australia, Canada, and Japan, and the European Union, also announced penalties against Russia. On Tuesday, Germany halted approval of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Ukraine has called a nationwide state of emergency and told Ukrainian citizens residing in Russia to leave immediately. President Volodymyr Zelensky said earlier this week Ukraine will not cede any territory to Russia and is calling on its allies to further ramp up pressure against Putin's government. We'll be looking at the issue of nuclear war with Ira Helfand of 2 Nobel Peace Prize winning organizations. In Georgia, a jury found the 3 white men who chased down and murdered 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery guilty of committing federal hate crimes. Arbery was killed exactly 2 years ago today, February 23, 2020. Travis McMichael, his father Gregory McMichael, a former police officer, and their neighbor William Bryan were also found guilty of attempted kidnapping and other charges. They now face an additional life sentence. The 3 already received life sentences after their murder conviction in a state trial earlier this year. Arbery's mother, Wanda Cooper Jones, welcomed the news but called out the Justice Department for initially offering her son's killers a plea deal.
What we got today, we wouldn't have gotten today if it wasn't for the fight and the family. What the DOJ did today, they was made to do today. Come on. It wasn't because of what they wanted to do. They were made to do their job today.
Ahmaud Arbery's father, Marcus Arbery, also spoke after Tuesday's verdict.
He loved his family. He called us every day. If he had but one word to tell you, guess what that was? I love you, Pop. Yes. I love you, Mama. He always told you that. Now these times you don't hear that, I'm struggling with that every day.
Ahmaud's mother called Tuesday Super Tuesday, the day of the verdict. In Louisville, Kentucky, the trial of ex-police officer Brett Hankison starts today. In March 2020, he fired 10 shots during a botched no-knock police raid that killed Breonna Taylor in her own home. Hankison is charged with wanton endangerment, not for shooting into Taylor's apartment, but for hitting her white neighbor's apartment during the raid. No one's been charged with killing Breonna Taylor in her own home. A major new UN report warns of a global wildfire crisis as worsening heat and drought drastically increase the risk of devastating fires around the world. The study says the risk of fires could surge by over 50% by the end of the century due to the impacts of the climate catastrophe, and that, quote, the heating of the planet is turning landscapes into tinderboxes. Scientists found even the Arctic and other regions that were previously not affected by wildfires face a high risk. It's the first time the UN Environment Program has assessed wildfire risks worldwide, and comes as massive blazes across the western U.S., parts of South America, Australia, and other regions have intensified. Rights groups in Brazil say British, Canadian, U.S., Brazilian, and Peruvian mining companies are planning to expand operations in the Brazilian Amazon. A new report from Amazon Watch and the Association of Brazil's Indigenous Peoples says international investors have poured $54 billion into 8 large mining companies, and specifically calls out U.S.-based investors BlackRock, Vanguard, and Capital Group that have provided almost $15 billion international investors have poured $54 billion into 8 large mining companies, and specifically calls out U.S.-based investors BlackRock, Vanguard, and Capital Group that have provided almost $15 billion in financing for mining companies with a history of indigenous rights violations and toxic pollution. The report also identified thousands of pending mining permits that would intensify deforestation on a combined area of indigenous lands as large as the size of England if approved by Brazil's mining agency. Hong Kong announced its 7.5 million residents will be required to take 3 COVID tests in March as it continues to be battered by its worst wave of the pandemic. Authorities announced this week business closures and other restrictions will be extended at least until April. Hospitals say Hong Kong's early policy to isolate or hospitalize anyone testing positive led to its healthcare system being overwhelmed.
None of the hospitals had any plans in place. The hospital authority had not provided any instructions for how to handle it if cases were to escalate.
In other parts of the world, governments are easing or removing COVID restrictions. In Britain, immunocompromised people and health experts have condemned Prime Minister Boris Johnson's announcement this week that the UK is ending all COVID restrictions.
So let us learn to live with this virus and continue protecting ourselves and others without restricting our freedoms.
Critics say the move will put medically vulnerable people at high risk and will imperil future responses to new variants. Palestinian officials said Israeli forces killed another teenage Palestinian boy in the occupied West Bank Tuesday. 14-year-old Mohammed Shahada was reportedly shot by the soldiers who then prevented ambulances from reaching him to administer care. In other news from the region, an Israeli court has temporarily frozen the planned expulsion of a Palestinian family in the occupied East Jerusalem neighborhood of Sheikh Jarrah. The move came 1 week before the Salem family would have been expelled from their home amidst ongoing Palestinian resistance to the dispossession of their land and homes. Israeli forces continue to harass and attack protesters and residents in Sheikh Jarrah. In Burkina Faso, an estimated 60 people were killed and dozens injured Monday after an explosion near an informal gold mining site in the southwestern Poni province. Accidents are common at gold mines in the region, which operate with little oversight or regulation, often employ children, though the identities and ages of victims from Monday's disaster are not known. The United States women's soccer team and U.S. Soccer have reached a landmark $24 million settlement, ending a years-long legal battle over equal wages. U.S. Soccer pledged to give the women's national soccer team equal pay to the men's team in all games and tournaments, including the World Cup. The women's team filed a gender discrimination lawsuit against U.S. Soccer in 2019, denouncing the drastic difference in wages compared to their male counterparts. They celebrated the agreement, saying, quote, "We look forward to continuing to work together to grow women's soccer and advance opportunities for young girls and women in the United States and across the globe." The U.S. women's soccer team has won 4 World Cup titles, while the men's team has won none. California is considering new legislation that would allow private citizens to enforce California's ban on assault weapons and ghost guns, home-assembled unregulated firearms. The measure is modeled after Texas's abortion ban. This is Governor Gavin Newsom.
If Texas can use a law to ban a woman's right to choose and to put her health at risk, we will use that same law to save lives and improve the health and safety of the people in the state of California. There is no principled way the U.S. Supreme Court cannot uphold this California law. None. Period, full stop. It is quite literally modeled after the law they just upheld in Texas.
Black farmers across the U.S. who were promised $4 billion in debt forgiveness as part of the pandemic stimulus package have been stuck in legal limbo thanks to lawsuits from white farmers. Some 15,000 farmers applied for the debt relief. The lawsuits claim the federal funds discriminate against white farmers, even though the measure was passed to help rectify generations of discrimination against farmers of color, including theft of land and refusal to grant loans. The Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law said, quote, "The USDA's racist policies of unfairly denying loans to black farmers has caused foreclosures and insurmountable debt from one generation to the next." The U.S. Supreme Court has denied Donald Trump's bid to block the release of White House records related to January 6th to the House committee investigating the Capitol insurrection. The decision puts an end to Trump's legal recourse in the matter. And Philadelphia housing justice advocate Jennifer Benich died last week of COVID-19 complications at the age of 36. Benich helped lead a months-long encampment protest in 2020 that forced Philadelphia city officials to hand over 50 vacant homes to a community land trust, a historic win for unhoused people. Benich was a member of Philadelphia Housing Action. We spoke to her in September 2020 about the significance of the victory.
Instead of allowing housing authorities to sell units and make money off of them after they intentionally neglected them until they were too much for them to deal with, then allow community groups to take on those units and rehab them and use them for what their original use was, which is to house people in need.
Benich is survived by her 3 children. Her eldest has launched a fundraiser to support them in the wake of her passing. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome. Back below 7,000 points. We closed. The market had a rough performance today. In fact, the ASX that we fell except the market 115 points. That's a drop of 3%, and it means that we. And welcome to all of our
people in need.
Benich is survived by her 3 children. Her eldest has launched a fundraiser to support them in the wake of her passing. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world. Good afternoon. Well, the Aussie market had a rough performance today. In fact, the ASX 200 fell by 215 points. That's a drop of 3%, and it means that we fell back below 7,000 points. We closed at 6,990 points. Now, the market was already down around 2.3% earlier this afternoon, and the news broke at around 2 p.m. That Russia's conducting a special military operation in Ukraine. That was enough to set off an extended, a more severe sell-off in the final couple of hours of the session, and that was a reason why we had the worst day in 17 months. It also means that unless we can lift by about 3.2% tomorrow, this is going to be the first weekly decline in 4 weeks for our market, and also in just one session has effectively wiped out almost all of this month's gains. So we're only up about 0.25% now in February, with just 2 full trading days remaining. Now, we weren't alone. The Asian markets, and pretty much every market across the region, fell by between 2 and 3%. Futures are also pointing to significant declines of around 3% for major European markets, and a similar decline, actually not quite as severe for the US, but Dow Futures down 650 points, and that's a 2% decline for their market later on this evening. So we'll wait and see what eventuates. So the market's still certainly quite sensitive at the moment to any sort of updates on the situation between Ukraine and Russia, and also any type of response from other nations. So we've already heard from President Biden, who said he's going to meet G7 counterparts tonight to discuss some actions and the next steps from here. As far as how our market responded across the board, we had losses in every single sector. All 11 sectors dropped back today, some more significantly than most. There were certain pockets of the market that did well, but very few. Gold miners were certainly standouts on a bit of a flight to safety, so quite normal with these type of circumstances for gold prices to lift. So one of the reasons why Newcrest, Northern Star, Evolution, many of the other smaller players also rose between around 3 to about 5% today. Another standout was CIMIC, which rose by 33% today. Now, you needed to have some sort of significant news for that type of improvement on this type of day, and there was for the group. Essentially, its largest shareholder outlined plans to take full ownership of the group, so that really set off that rally for the company. Now, two of the hardest hit, or at least the heaviest decliner on our market was BHP Group today. Now it fell in the order of around 6% for most of the session. That's because it's trading ex-dividend today, and this is its largest interim or half-year dividend ever, $2.10 per share. That's accounted for about a 50 points of the ASX 200's decline today. Woodside Petroleum in a similar boat, its second largest dividend on record. It's been on the market for about 30 years, so quite significant. Both these companies have benefited from firmer commodity prices, but the fact they went ex-dividend today, it added to the weight on our market. Now, it was also the final massive trading day for company profit results today before things start to calm down. So we had around 20 companies telling us how they've performed. Qantas, Flight Centre, Auckland International Airport, with 3 in that travel space. All 3 dropped back, all 3 posted losses for the 6 months to December 2021, and none of them are going to pay out dividends to investors. Not surprising to the market at all, though, of course, due to the pandemic, border closures, the Delta outbreak, Omicron more recently, they're all posting losses and they're not paying dividends, and they haven't actually paid one for the duration of the pandemic. Outside of that, in the tech space, the worst performer was Appen, which fell by 28%. Now, this is an artificial intelligence tech company, and its results fell shy of what the company was guiding to and the market's expectations today. Also, Blackmores was down a good 9% today. Now, it actually raised profits by 4.2% over the last 6 months, but did warn of supply disruptions, a drop in foot traffic, and it also pushed lower on just the more general sell-off across the market. One of the best performers of those that released results was Nine Entertainment, which rose about 1%. Actually had growth across most of its major units, including Stan, the streaming service, and also Domain, which it has a stake in. Now, later on this evening, we do have an update on economic growth in the US, but certainly all eyes will remain on Eastern Europe. The Aussie dollar is softer at 71.9 US.
Good morning. It's February 23, 2022, and it's a Wednesday. Here in LA, a pretty clear morning right now. Very still. 43 degrees Fahrenheit, around 6 Celsius. Today I was thinking about the song Don't Worry Baby by the Beach Boys from the year 1964. This afternoon, it'll be going up to 57 degrees Fahrenheit, around 14 Celsius, and it looks like there may be some clouds, but mostly blue skies and golden sunshine all along the way. Everyone, have a great day.
Welcome to the Climate and Water Outlook for Autumn 2022. It's looking like we're heading for a relatively wet and warm autumn for many regions. But first, let's take a look at the recent conditions. Following Australia's wettest November on record, summer rainfall remained above average for much of central and southeast Australia. Extreme rainfall in South Australia saw many communities isolated by flooding. Despite this, summer rainfall was close to average for Australia overall, with Tasmania on track to have one of its 3 driest summers on record. Summer daytime temperatures have been warmer than average for most of the country, except for parts of South Australia and New South Wales. 3 sites in Western Australia recorded a maximum temperature over 50 degrees, with Onslow equaling the Australian and Southern Hemisphere record of 50.7 on the 13th of January. The rainfall distribution is reflected in the February soil moisture levels, which are relatively low in WA and Western Tasmania and higher in Central Australia and parts of the east. Water storage levels are higher in many regions than compared to this time in 2021, including those in the Murray-Darling Basin and the southeast coast, and further north in the Tanami Timor Sea coast and the northeast coast. So what will influence our climate in the coming months? La Nina is currently still active, with cooler than normal waters persisting in the central and eastern Pacific, while the western Pacific remains warm. But with the outlook suggesting a return to neutral ENSO levels, neither La Nina or El Nino around mid-autumn, this La Nina is likely past its peak. So what does this mean for the autumn outlook? Autumn is likely to be wetter than normal for many areas, including parts of eastern and central Australia already impacted by summer floods. In 2022, the first significant rainfall of the crop and pasture growing season, known as the autumn break, is likely to occur at a normal to later than normal time compared to recent decades. The stream flow outlook for February to April suggests high flows are likely to continue for streams and rivers at most locations, particularly in the southeast. High stream flows, wet soils, and forecasts of above average rainfall means the risk of widespread flooding across parts of eastern Australia remains high. Looking at the temperature outlooks, much of the north, west coast, and parts of the southeast are likely to see higher than average daytime temperatures this autumn, with only parts of eastern New South Wales likely to be cooler than average. Autumn nighttime temperatures, on the other hand, are likely to be higher than normal Australia-wide. A wetter forecast and recent conditions means normal to below normal fire potential in many forested areas east of the Great Dividing Range. However, following a dry and hot summer, autumn fire potential is increased in the southwest and Gascoyne regions of WA, as well as southeast parts of South Australia. Australia's severe weather season runs from October to April. Bushfires, floods and tropical cyclones may continue to pose significant risks during autumn. Last year, autumn saw tropical cyclone Seroja strike Western Australia and major floods impact large parts of New South Wales. So, in summary, autumn is likely to see above average rainfall for large parts of the country, warmer than average days and nights across much of the country, high stream flows at most locations with an increased risk of widespread flooding and increased bushfire risk in parts of the west. You can find out more about the outlooks on the Bureau's website, and we'll see you next time.
Which is the named the Meatball, and
from the letter of
St. has been restored, which is the tragic part of the story. But that wasn't like the whole
to such and such a town.
Hello and welcome to the Penny Picks live on Cowlcone TV. I'm James, and in this edition our penny stocks in focus are iSynergy Group, Labyrinth Resources and Touch Ventures. Just before we take a close look at these three companies, let's take a look at the market that they're operating within. The Australian market is having a rough day today, with the benchmark ASX 200 index tanking by more than 2.6% by the mid-market trading session. The escalating geopolitical crisis over the Russian invasion of Ukraine is troubling investors across the globe, and the recent state of emergency in Ukraine has only fueled the concerns. Small cap stocks are also facing heat in this bearish environment, where 10 out of the 11 sectors are trading in the red. The ASX Small Ordinaries Index plunged 2.47% by lunch hour as investors' risk appetite is on the wane. Within that market, three penny stocks are gaining investors' attention, including iSynergy Group. And founded in 2008, iSynergy Group is one of the leading companies in online and offline affiliate marketing and has over 40,000 affiliates and 3,000 advertisers on its platform. The company has a market capitalisation of 33.98 million Aussie dollars, and it trimmed its losses in the 2020 financial year to 1.47 million Aussie dollars from 2.16 million a year ago. By midday, iSynergy Group shares shot up to a high of 24 cents, gaining a massive 29.73% without the company making any significant announcement. This is still a reasonably low volume stock, which is one of the reasons for its high gain on a volume of just over 1,000 shares so far. Nevertheless, iSynergy Group's stock is trading at a 52-week high. The second penny stock that is drawing focus today is Labyrinth Resources, formerly known as Allminex, which is an ASX-listed small-cap gold exploration company. It features a market capitalisation of 34.93 million Aussie dollars and has a portfolio of high-quality gold projects in Western Australia. The company reported a steep increase in net loss to $4.07 million in the 2021 financial year, compared to a loss of only around $620,000 throughout 2020. Although there hasn't been any major update from the company, investors have shown some buying interest in Labyrinth Resources today. The stock was up over 12.5% to 4.5 cents a piece on the back of a volume of over 2.3 million shares so far. And our final penny stock that is drawing focus today is Touch Ventures, which is an investment holding company that is focused on hunting highly scalable investment opportunities across the globe. Today, the company came out with its financial year 2021 results and recorded a net gain of 15.7 million Aussie dollars on investments during the reported period. Touch Ventures deployed $69.4 million towards 10 new investments and 2 follow-ons in 2021. Investors seem to have taken a liking towards the company's recent performance, leading to a 17.07% rally in Touch Ventures, with a share price up to 24 cents. However, the stock is still down by 14.2% for the year in total. And now it's time to wrap up today's Penny Picks show, but of course penny stocks are considered to be far more volatile than other large cap companies, and therefore only investors with high risk appetites who can sustain higher drawdowns should look at this space after doing their proper due diligence. Alright, well that's all for now. Another edition of the Penny Picks coming your way tomorrow. Until then, make sure to keep it locked on Kalkine TV for the latest market updates and business news. I'm James, signing off for now.
Hear this, all you peoples, hearken, all who dwell in the world.
Good late afternoon and thanks for joining us. I'm Liz Schultz and you're watching Kalkine TV live from our Sydney studios. This is the last show of the day, the last trade. Now today's been an action-packed day as equities tumbled and oil touched an 8-year high of $100 US per barrel. That is after Vladimir Putin authorized a military operation in eastern Ukraine. And gold has hit its highest level in more than a year on increased demand for the safe haven asset.
In no way can a man...
And major cryptos dived, hinting that the space might not be as immune to geopolitical pressure. Putin said the action comes in response to threats coming from Ukraine, and in fact many opine that this could be the start of a war in Europe. But back to the markets, coming to the local bourses performance today, the ASX 200 closed sharply lower, dripping 215.10 points or 0.299% and crossing below its 20-day moving average. Over the last 5 days, the index has lost 4.19% and 3.14% over the last 52 weeks. But on the sectoral front, all 11 sectors ended lower. Sessions' top sector, utilities, was lower by 0.97%, continuing its negative 2.29% decline over the last 5 days. Now, if we look at the winners and losers of the day, the best performer was Civil Group, up a whopping 33% after it revealed news of a takeover bid. This was followed by Perseus Mining, up 12%, and then Northern Star, Warriors, and Evolution Mining all up as well. On the other side, though, in the red zone of the ASX 200, Life 360 was the biggest laggard. It stopped down a shocking over 30%. Other stocks in this zone include Appen, Clinuvel Pharmaceuticals, Imugene, and PointsBet. Now if we look at a few stocks that interested investors today, starting with some results from the mineral sands miner Iluka Resources, who reported an underlying full-year profit of $315 million. Plus, a dividend of 12 cents a share will also be paid. The results were achieved amidst increasing demand and supply challenges. And the company has also notified investors that the chair, Greg Martin, will step down at the April AGM after 9 years to be replaced by board member Rob Cole. And today, Lucas shares dived over 4%. And then Australia's biggest iron ore miner, Rio Tinto, reported its largest profit in its 149-year history of $29.2 billion, an increase of a whopping 116% compared to 2020.
In your name.
The company will reward shareholders with record full-year dividends of $10.60 and 40 cents a share U.S. after riding a wave of soaring commodity prices.
There is no one who performs a mighty deed in my name.
And the nation's largest car dealership group, Ease Automotive, has signed a 5-year deal with the Chinese EV maker BYD. Eagers is taking a 49% equity stake in a joint venture entity with BYD for Australia, with the company's first vehicles to go on sale in the country in July. But despite this, today Eagers Automotive stock traded in the red zone of the ASX. Now for a look to the global markets, where Asian stocks plunged after President Vladimir Putin announced Russia's military action.
In the churches.
Explosions were heard in Kiev, Kharkiv, and other areas of Ukraine. And responding to this, market benchmarks in Tokyo and Seoul fell 2%, and Hong Kong lost more than 3%.
And this is taken from the
Indian markets as well followed suit and crashed over 3%. And then the Moscow Exchange suspended trading across all markets.
Who is venerated
investors continue monitoring the intensifying crisis around the Ukraine. And Wall Street's major indexes ended sharply lower overnight.
Under the Emperor's
Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 464.85 points. S&P 500 lost 79.26, and the Nasdaq Composite slid 344.03
and of all the
points.
people.
Well, that is a wrap for now, but I hope you found the market closing commentary informative. Tune in next time we're on Calculating TV. This is Holly Shield signing off for the day.
Well, he gave thanks to God the Father for having considered him.
Шановні громадяни України, сьогодні вранці президент Путін оголосив проведення спеціальної військової операції на Донбасі. Росія здійснила удари по нашій військовій інфраструктурі та по нашим прикордонним загонам. В багатьох містах України було чутно вибух. Ми вводимо воєнний стан на всій території нашої держави. Хвилину тому я провів розмову з президентом Байденом. Сполучені Штати Америки вже почали гуртувати міжнародну підтримку. Сьогодні
Woolworths has reported its first half results, which saw sales rise by 8% to $31.9 billion. Earnings before interest and tax, that measure was down by 11% to $1.38 billion. And net profit after tax down by 6.9% to $798 million. So, by and large, these figures were in line with the market's expectations compared to the average of analysts' expectations on Bloomberg. If anything, the numbers tended to skew towards the positive in terms of the absence of negative surprises. And in addition to the outlook statement, which was also skewing towards the positive, shares have risen by about 1% in response to the report. So I think to point out that these numbers are from continuing operations and don't take into consideration the impact of the Endeavour drinks business, which was sold over the course of the period. So when you unpack the sales numbers, the Australian food business, which is obviously the most important one, of the near $32 billion in sales, almost $24 billion is generated from the Australian food business. The sales there up by 3.4%, but obviously one of the consistent refrains in recent years has been the dollar impact of COVID, and over the course of the period, COVID costs as a proportion of overall sales came in at around 0.7%. So that's been quite elevated over the course of the last couple of quarters. In particular, the dollar value of that impact was around $239 million, and that was reflected in the pre-tax line. So for the Australian food business, their earnings before interest and tax was down by 7.6% to just over $1.2 billion. So when you look at the performances of their other businesses, one of the measures that stands out is how well the New Zealand food business did. Pre-tax earnings there up by almost 6% in Aussie dollar terms. So that highlights the lessened impact of COVID over the course of the recent times in New Zealand. But the underperformer, and that is no surprise, has been the Big W business. Pre-tax earnings there down by around 80%. Sales in the New Zealand business in Aussie dollar terms are up by almost 11%. So that was again just another feature of how well that segment performed. So in terms of the outlook, this is obviously quite important. They have said that they've started the new year on quite a solid note.
The Australian food business has seen sales track with a gain of around 5%
the Catechism remind
over the
us,
first 7 weeks of the new year.
recognizing the uncertainty of life, our complete dependence on God and the necessity of submitting to His will.
Somewhat over the
all
course
of these
of the back
help
end
us
of the
to
year.
know and
So
do the
far
right.
they've seen $34
And to
million
disregard
worth of
these
costs
is to live
incurred. They're
arrogantly
expecting
and presumptuously.
those costs to
That is,
come in
without
at around 0.4% of
And
overall
it is
sales. So when you
offensive to
compare
him
to
when we act this way.
where that has been over the
And
course
so
of
the
the last
knowledge
couple
of what is
quarters in
true and
particular,
good obliges
that
us to
has
act
been
accordingly.
a good outcome. So obviously,
To
in the
act
absence
against
of the
what is true
Endeavour
and good
business,
is a
you would
sin of
expect a
commission.
lower dividend, and that was
While
reflected
failure
in
to
26%
act
for
on the same criteria
interim
is a sin of
dividend of
omission.
39 cents per share.
And so if
on
I
balance,
find
as I said,
something to
given
be
that there
true
could
and
have been
good, if I understand the situation and then I just don't act when I know I need to, it's a sin of omission. It's offensive to God.
Around 1%.
Again, an overconfident, haughty self-confidence is a type of pride, because it means one is forgetful of God, who in His providence rules over the lives of all people, all events, all of history. St. James reminds those who are totally caught up in their business affairs that human life is something very impermanent. It can be here today.
In what sense?
And tomorrow it's gone.
Yeah, this morning Scott Morrison was asked in a television interview if China would be watching with Taiwan at the back of its mind, and he made clear he expected China would be watching what's taking place in Ukraine, and there's also no doubt Australia is watching how China responds. Now, he was slightly more cautious in his language.
It is good to make plans for the future. We need to do so.
Conference this evening. He made a point of
as long as we call on God's assistance and submit our aspirations to His will.
And Russia. But for weeks, Mr. Morrison
so
and his
we should have a readiness to leave our future in God's hands, trusting in divine providence. Because when we don't turn it over to God, that's when all that worry and fear and selfishness and all this other stuff comes in, and it just poisons our soul.
Stock market has plunged
and it distracts us from what is truly important.
Well, there is concern among the diaspora communities.
These concepts of the spiritual life, doing God's will,
Ukraine, but also
trusting in divine providence, avoiding sins of omission, etc. Sound nice when we speak of them, but they can be very difficult to live amidst the routine of our daily lives.
Away, but there are
often perhaps we,
both the Russian and Ukrainian Australian
find ourselves coming up short.
I spoke with
we try, we pray, we attempt to do it, we still fall on our faces.
From Russia after World War II. He's the
Only
vice
with God's
president
help
of the St. Alexander Nevsky Russian School in Sydney. He is still coming to terms with what's happening. It's still sinking in.
At the end of the day, we were all hoping that this would never eventuate. So yeah, to be honest, I'm totally shocked.
Could this latest attack worsen tensions
a perusal of church history in any age provides us with countless examples of men and women who,
the two communities in
under
Australia
incredibly
are
difficult
basically assimilated
in many
Australian
cases
society.
much more difficult than what we're experiencing, even though we think the world's coming to an end today.
Come to accept is, that
we look at the lives of some of these saints,
different people's views,
what they went through.
We accept different political views,
they responded
we
to God
accept
in
different
His
religious
grace,
views.
became saints.
I believe these sort of Australian
One great example
values
is the saint whom we celebrate today,
will
Saint Polycarp,
sort of strengthen us.
who
Prime
did
Minister
God's
Scott
will,
Morrison has used the word many times in the past few days to describe Russia. How worried are you that this sort of messaging will prompt
Another good example is that of St. Gerard Majella, who in the midst of serious and terminal health problems had a sign displayed on his door that read, "The will of God is done here,
he's vice president
as God
of
wills
the
it,
St.
and as
Alexander
long as
Nevsky
He
School,
wills it."
Russian School in Sydney.
Between the Russian and Ukrainian communities in Australia, or could it bring them closer together?
Russian friend and she's Australian
Not
citizen.
what I will, God,
and we've known each other for 7 years. We talked about this at length last night.
Difficult
and I got her
circumstances.
perspective.
In many cases,
and
much more difficult than what we're experiencing, even though we think the world's coming to an end today.
Woman Tabitha Beledivsky-Zarin speaking with
We look at the lives of some of these saints, it's
Well,
just
Lena Redman
unbelievable
is a
what they
Russian
went
who
through.
lived in Kiev before fleeing the
They
collapsing
responded
Soviet
to
Union
God
to
in His
Australia
grace,
in
and they became
1991.
saints.
Here, she's done a PhD.
One great example is the saint who we celebrate today,
democracy
Saint
from its
Polycarp,
earlier competition with
who
Soviet
did God's
Russia.
will even
She has
to being
family still in
burned
Ukraine
at
and
the
was
stake.
watching in
Can you
horror
imagine
news
being
when I
burned
called her
alive?
a little earlier.
You
Not
know, I
fun to think
listened
about.
to Zelensky's speech today.
Another good
where
example
he
is that of
applied
Saint Gerard
directly to
Majella,
Russians, and he
who
reminded
in the
them
midst of
that
serious
we are
and
really
terminal health problems
brothers,
had a
like
sign
in
displayed
blood,
on his
we
door
are
that
very
read,
close.
"The
Anyone
will
who
of
would
God
hear
is done
in their
here,
normal mind
as
would
God
hear
wills it and
Zelensky's
as long as
speech
he
would
wills it."
say, oh yes, of course, we will stand up.
But the
with
greatest
you.
example
Our
of following the
solidarity
will of our
is
Heavenly
really
Father
with,
is that
with
of Jesus
Ukraine.
himself.
And probably most of them will feel that.
And they went
it is
to a
very
place
wrong.
which was
At
called
the same
Gethsemane.
time, will
And
they
he said to his
actually
disciples,
rise against
"Sit here while I
Putin?
pray."
The submissiveness and
And he took with him Peter
brainwashiness
and James
in
and
Russia
John and
is,
began to be
very
greatly
strong.
distressed
And
and troubled.
another thing is the will
And he
to
said to
be
them, "My soul is
manipulated.
very
From
sorrowful,
talking
even
to
to
Russians,
death.
I am
Remain here and
terrified
watch."
with how many of
And
them
going a little
actually
farther, he
support
fell on the
Putin's
ground and
idea
prayed that
of,
if it were
Ukrainian
possible, the
genocide.
hour
Not
might
Ukrainian
pass from
genocide,
him.
but that Ukrainian
And he
doing,
said,
to
he
Russian
prayed,
people on Donbass.
"Abba,
And
Father,
all the horror stories,
things are
which
possible to
again
you.
just made up
Remove
stories.
Do you
this
still have
chalice
family
from
in
me.
Ukraine?
Yes,
Yet
we
not
do. My
what
husband
I
has
will,
a
but
sister
what
in
you
Kiev and niece and
What a perfect
nephews,
prayer for
and,
us to make our
my
own,
niece also in Kiev.
as it
and
reflects a
my
perfect
brother is very
resignation to
close
the
in
will of our
Sumskaya, was
Heavenly
very
Father.
close, 50 kilometers from
Not
Russian
what I will, God,
border,
but what you
and
will.
they already moved from Donbass, seeking for a safer place. So I don't know what they will do now. And for a few days I can't actually get hold of them, but
Well, now we see these attacks in full scale. You must be very worried for them.
very much so. Yes, yes, it's yeah.
What do you think the world needs to do now?
So hard really to say. First of all, of course, I think the world really was very complacent for many years, and that is the reason why we are finding ourselves at this horrible place. And again, you know, there is no evil is done in the world without the help of so-called good people who did nothing, or maybe even were, you know, facilitating all this evil to progress. If he was alone, Putin would be powerless, but there is the whole society. And he really took a very great care of preparing that society psychologically to this point.
Lena, thank you for speaking with us today. I appreciate it.
And thank you very much for talking to me. Thank you.
Russian-born Australian Lena Redman. And that is PM for this Thursday, a day that saw Russia launch a broad-scale attack on Ukraine, which the West calls unprovoked and unjustified. The Russian president authorised the operation to eliminate what he calls a serious threat and to, quote, demilitarise and denazify Ukraine. And the body count begins. Officials say that a Russian air attack on a military unit near the port city of Odessa killed at least 6 and wounded 7. 19 more are unaccounted for. I'm Linda Mottram. Thank you for your company. Good night.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. The Australian government's announced another round of sanctions targeting Russian military figures. Here's political reporter Henry Bello.
The latest sanctions come as the Russian military moves into eastern Ukraine, an invasion described by Prime Minister Scott Morrison as brutal and unprovoked. The sanctions target 25 army commanders and mercenaries, 4 entities supplying weapons and another 4 banks. Mr Morrison says more action may be taken against 300 members of the Russian Previous international sanctions were not enough to deter the invasion. The Prime Minister is also urging around 1,400 Australians in Ukraine to leave the country immediately.
And other Western nations will also impose further sanctions on Moscow after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In the capital of Kiev, an emergency siren's gone off. Pictures show streams of cars clogging up roads as people flee the city. The Ukrainian opposition parliament member, Lesia Vasilenko, says they're assessing the scale of the attacks.
At this point in time, we do not have any information as the attacks have been, so it is impossible to assess the scale sense of tension in the government quarter of Kiev.
And the chair of international law at the University of Sydney says all of Russia's claims to be in Ukraine are completely bogus. Professor Ben Saul says Russia's justifications for invading, such as having historic rights to the country, being there for peacekeeping, are nonsense.
The only reason Russia could use force lawfully in Ukraine is if Ukraine had committed an armed attack on Russia itself, which of course it hasn't done.
There's deep concern for Australian cricket great Rod Marsh, who's in a serious condition at Queensland Hospital after a heart attack.
After suffering cardiac symptoms, the 74-year-old had flown into southeast Queensland this morning for a charity function. It's understood medical authorities are deciding whether he needs to be transferred to Brisbane. Marsh has been a high-profile figure in the game for decades, as a player for WA and Australia, as well as a coach and national selector. WA Cricket has released a statement passing on its heartfelt thoughts to Marsh and his family. It's described him as a much-loved husband and father who remains one of the wicket-keeping greats of the game. The Northern Territory government says one of the 3 COVID-related deaths reported there today was a man from a remote community in WA. The man was in his 60s and had underlying health conditions. He passed away at Royal Darwin Hospital on February the 18th. The Northern Territory's Chief Health Officer has determined the death to be COVID-related. The sentencing for the former government COVID advisor Neville Power for breaching WA's strict border laws has been adjourned because his son, who's facing the same charges, was unable to attend court today. Neville Power and his son were due to be sentenced for flying their helicopter into Western Australia from Queensland last year without having the necessary permission to enter the state. They also failed to quarantine for 14 days on arrival. In the Perth Magistrates Court, their lawyer hasn't disclosed publicly why Nicholas Power's been unable to attend, but said information had been provided to the magistrate. The two, who face a possible jail term of up to 12 months, will be sentenced in 4 weeks' time. Residents in the Northern Territory are being warned to not cross flooded areas as heavy rainfall is expected over the next few days. Warning follows the issuing of a cyclone and flood watch for the northwestern coast of Darwin, as well as parts of Western Australia. The monsoonal trough expected to develop into a cyclone on Saturday. Mark Cunnington from the Northern Territory Emergency Services says residents need to stay safe and monitor the conditions.
Obviously, with heavy weather around, rain in particular, stream rises will be quite strong. Never drive into crossings or flooded roads. Drive to conditions, keep yourself safe and monitor what's happening with the weather through Secure NC and the Bureau websites.
And recapping our top story, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has declared martial law in the country because of the Russian invasion. Mr. Zelensky says Russia's carried out missile strikes on Ukrainian infrastructure and the country's border guards, and that explosions have been heard in many cities. You've been listening to the latest ABC News.
Thanks, Glenn. That was Glenn Lauder, the latest from the newsroom.
You're listening to ABC News Radio.
Coming up in the program, we'll get the latest on the conflict in Ukraine, and with fighting breaking out in Ukraine, the Australian share market has taken a big hit with fears of an all-out war. The European Union has condemned the Russian invasion of Ukraine, calling it an attack on Europe itself. Speaking from Brussels a short time ago, Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, announced a range of sanctions against Russia.
Early this morning, Russian troops invaded Ukraine, a free and sovereign country. And once again, in the center of Europe, innocent women, men and children are dying, fear for their lives. We condemn this barbaric attack and the cynical arguments to justify it. It is President Putin who is bringing war back to Europe. And in these dark hours, the European Union and its people stand by Ukraine and its people. We are facing an unprecedented act of aggression by the Russian leadership against a sovereign independent country. Russia's target is not only Donbass. The target is not only Ukraine. The target is the stability in Europe and the whole of the international peace order. And we will hold President Putin accountable for that. Later today, we will present a package of massive and targeted sanctions to European leaders for approval. With this package, we will target strategic sectors of the Russian economy by blocking their access to technologies and markets that are key for Russia. We will weaken Russia's economic base and its capacity to modernize. In addition, we will freeze Russian assets in the European Union and stop the access of Russian banks to European financial markets. Like with the first package of sanctions, we are closely aligned with our partners and allies, the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, but also, for example, Japan and Australia. These sanctions are designed to take a heavy toll on the Kremlin's interests and their ability to finance war. And we know that millions of Russians do not want war. President Putin is trying to turn the clock back to the times of the Russian Empire. But in doing so, he is putting at risk the future of the Russian people. I call to withdraw its troops from Ukraine's territory. We will not let President Putin tear down the security architecture that has given Europe peace and stability over many decades. We will not allow President Putin to replace the rule of law by the rule of force and ruthlessness. He should not underestimate the resolve and strength of our democracies. And history has proven that societies and alliances built on trust and freedom are resilient and successful. And that's exactly what the autocrats fear. The European Union stands with Ukraine and its people. We will continue to support them. Ukraine will prevail.
That was the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen speaking there. Well, Josep Borrell is the EU's High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, and he says Russia is violating international law.
These are among the darkest hours for Europe since the end of World War II. A major and strengthening reprisals of any other states that may come to its rescue. This is not only the greatest violation of international law, it's a violation of basic principles of human coexistence. It's costing many lives with unknown consequences ahead of us. The European Union will respond in the strongest possible terms. President of the European Council, President Michel, has called for a meeting of the European Council this evening, and they will agree and provide political guidance to adopt a stronger package, a harsher package of sanctions we have ever implemented. As High Representative for the Foreign Affairs and Security Policy of the European Union, I will be in touch with our partners to ensure the international community will be fully grasping the gravity of the moment and to call strongly and united on Russia to cease immediately this behavior, intolerable behavior, and Russian leadership will face unprecedented isolation. This is not a question of blocks. This is not a question of diplomatic power games. It's a matter of life and death. It's about the future of our global community. And we will stand united with our transatlantic partners and with all European nations in defending this position. We stand united in saying that no violence and destruction as means to obtain political gains. We, the European Union, remain the stronger group of nations in the world, and this should not be underestimated. More immediately, we will be designing urgent assistance to Ukraine in this dire situation. We will also be active in supporting evacuation operations, including of our own staff in zones affected by this Russian attack. The European Union, together with transatlantic and like-minded partners, have made unprecedented efforts to achieve a diplomatic solution to the security crisis caused by Russia. But Russia has not reciprocated these efforts and instead has opted unilaterally for a grave and premeditated escalation, conducting to war. President Putin needs to stop this senseless aggression. And today our thoughts are with the people of Ukraine. We will stand with them.
That was Josep Borrell, the EU's High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, speaking a little while ago. Meanwhile, the US President Joe Biden's accusing his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin of choosing a premeditated war that will bring a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. President Biden says he's monitoring the situation from the White House and will meet with his G7 counterparts in the morning. He says the US will coordinate with NATO allies to ensure a strong, united response against Russia. It comes as the Russian president says he authorized a special military operation in Ukraine, as CNN's Caitlin Collins reports from the White House.
This is what the White House had feared, and we do just have the first statement from President Biden on this tonight. It's important, so I'm going to read it to you in full. President Biden says the prayers of the entire world are with the people of Ukraine tonight as they suffer an unprovoked and unjustified attack by Russian military forces. President Putin has chosen a premeditated war that will bring a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. He says Russia alone is responsible for the death and destruction this attack will bring, and the United States and its allies and partners will respond in a united and decisive way. The world will hold Russia accountable. Don, he adds, I will be monitoring the situation from the White House this evening and will continue to get regular updates from my national security team. He says virtual, and President Biden adds, then speak to the American people to announce the further consequences the United States and our allies and partners will impose on Russia for this needless act of aggression against Ukraine and global peace and security. He says we will also coordinate with our NATO allies to ensure a strong, united response that deters any aggression against the alliance. And Don, as we release this tonight, Jill and I are praying for the brave and proud people of Ukraine. So it's the first statement from President Biden since this happened, since that announcement from President Putin, that chilling announcement. He says he will speak tomorrow after he meets with those G7 leaders virtually to talk about what the response is going to be from the United States for these actions by President Putin.
CNN's Caitlin Collins reporting there on the response from the White House.
What?
You're listening to ABC News Radio. I'm Satya Weinstein. Making news, the Prime Minister is urging as many as 1,400 Australians in Ukraine to leave the country immediately. Scott Morrison's condemned the Russian invasion of eastern Ukraine as brutal and unprovoked. A man from a remote community in Western Australia is one of 3 COVID deaths being reported in the Northern Territory today. And New South Wales Labor is calling for the Transport Minister, David Elliott, to resign. The Fair Work Commission documents discussing the potential for a 2-week shutdown of the rail network in Sydney as early as last week. Well, one question that's being asked right now is how much public support is there within Russia for the invasion of Ukraine? Great Foreign Minister Alexander.
Well,
it's a very good question, that, by the way. I think there is the ephemera of political support at any given time, and then there is the broader zeitgeist of a country. And I want people to think about the zeitgeist of Russia. Russia is a country which doesn't have, particularly to its west, natural frontiers, and it has been invaded repeatedly from the west by Western powers, you know, Napoleon, Hitler, the Kaiser, the Swedes, the Lithuanians, over the centuries. And so drilled into the intellectual DNA of the Russian people is a fear of the West and the fear of being attacked by the West. And remember, because we in Australia commemorate war deaths from the First and the Second World War, the Russians lost something like 20 million people in the Second World War. They suffered huge casualties.
So this is still to this day an adhesive binding force for Russian unity behind their president. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, so it's not about whether they like the particular president and, you know, they think his antics on a horse or fishing or whatever it may be are attractive and good. There's all of that, of course, in the politics of every country. But you know, deeply ingrained into the intellectual DNA, into the zeitgeist of the Russian people, is this fear of the West and this vulnerability to the West.
So we're seeing sanctions being applied as the primary tool of restraint from the West right now. Do we take it as a given that no NATO member country will fall for the sucker punch and step up militarily to defend Ukraine? What's your analysis on that?
Yeah, so no NATO country will send troops to defend Ukraine, or planes, or ships for that matter, because Ukraine has a coast. They won't do that.
But does that make the sanctions effective then, if we're putting those foreign military forces out of the equation? Where does that leave us with other forms of pressure being applied?
The Russians have had sanctions. The Russians do hardship. They're used to hardship. And so I think they will wear the sanctions, because for them, these geopolitical issues that I've been talking about are far more important than the passing of, you know, a particular year's GDP growth figures. That they, you know, there are a lot of Western businesses, particularly German businesses, which are very prominent in Russia. But, you know, if those businesses close down, well, you know, other businesses will eventually emerge and there'll be a bit of hardship, but they'll get by. And my guess is that they would wear that. They wouldn't invite it, but they would wear that if they were able to achieve their geopolitical objectives. I think they're... Look, I mean, I don't think people have thought about this a lot, but since 1991, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, the whole issue of where Russia is and Russian security has been within Russia a huge issue. The expansion of NATO to the east, the expansion of the European Union, these have been huge issues for the Russians, and, you know, finally they've exploded in public now. So I don't think the sanctions, well, you know, the West made President Biden, Boris Johnson, Scott Morrison and so on, they might all feel good about the sanctions. But, and maybe the sanctions, I mean, they are the right thing to do. I'm in favour of the sanctions, but they won't change the minds of the Russians.
That was the former Australian Foreign Minister, Alexander Downer, speaking there to Greg Jennett. Well, the Australian share market has had its steepest fall in 17 months as Russia invaded Ukraine. For more, here's
Europe, and then at around 2 p.m.-ish, when that news broke that Russia's conducting a special military operation in Ukraine, that's when we had the market pushing even lower. So the ASX 200 finished down 215 points That's a drop of 3%, and it means we've fallen back below 7,000 points. Now, that effectively is the worst day that we've had in around 17 months. It means that unless we get a miraculous, 3.2% turnaround tomorrow, this is going to be, the first weekly decline in 4 weeks for our market, and has wiped out all of this month's gains in one day. I mean, we've got a gain of about 0.25% now in February, even though the first couple of weeks of the month were looking really good and really positive. All of those improvements have been wiped out quite smartly.
Did all sectors slide, Stephen?
Every single sector on the market fell today. There were no exceptions. I mean, we had really heavy falls for tech stocks in particular, down about 6.5%. We had materials, the mining stocks also falling by around 4.3%. Mind you, one of the big reasons for that decline as well was BHP, which went ex-dividend today. And, it's the biggest company on the Aussie market by quite a margin at the moment. And the dividend it's paying out next month is its largest half-year or interim dividend ever. So it's not surprising that it was a big weight. It already was earlier this morning. Outside of that, we had losses in every sector, but there were, a few areas where you saw pockets of improvement. It needed to be really significant kind of breaking news today for a stock to improve. So that was the case for CIMIC, the engineering group, which rose about 30% for most of the day. But that's because of news that its largest shareholder has outlined plans to take full ownership of the group. So that's why it rose. And also, gold mining companies did really well, but that's because of a flight to safety. So gold prices have jumped up, and that's why companies like Newcrest Mining rose about 4%, Northern Star jumped about 5%, Evolution Mining up around 5% as well. But if you look anywhere else, sea of red for our market today.
And a final busy day for the earnings season as well.
Look, I'm not upset that this is behind us, to be honest. It has been already a really busy month for earnings, and you've got, of course, all of this unfolding overseas as well. But today there was about 20 companies releasing profit results, and most of them actually dropped back on their numbers. There were just a couple of companies that did reasonably well following their results. Also not a great day perhaps to release your results when you're getting that type of breaking news in the other. But Nine Entertainment was one of the better performers. It rose about 1%. Revenues rose, profits up about 20% for the past 6 months. The dividend up 40%. So Broadcasting Division, which is its biggest earner, recorded the smallest improvement, and the biggest improvement came through from Domain, the website classifieds group that has a stake in. So it had almost 30% lift there, and that was thanks to record low interest rates in a solid property market. We also had travel stocks in focus: Qantas, Flight Centre, Auckland International Airport. Now, all three released earnings, all three posted losses for the 6 months to the end of December. None of them paying dividends. Not surprising, very few travel stocks have really since the pandemic started back in early 2020, but all of those stocks pushed even lower, and we had the news out of Ukraine and Russia in the afternoon as well.
That was CommSec market analyst Stephen Daglin speaking to ABC News Radio's Sarah Hall. Right now on ABC News Radio, it's time for a look at sport with Catherine Murphy.
Hello, Satyam. In NRL, Penrith Panthers skipper Nathan Cleary is confident he'll make an early comeback from injury for round 1 of the 2022 season. The star halfback had shoulder surgery in the pre-season and was anticipating a return to the field in round 3. The young squad is aiming for back-to-back premierships for the first time in the club's history. Cleary hopes he'll be there for the season opener in Penrith against Manly.
I've still got 2 weeks to go, so they're obviously an important 2 weeks. Trying to go through the process at the moment. It's feeling pretty good. So I just started light contact, sort of moderate contact stuff now, and just going to see how that goes, and then hopefully progress to the full team stuff sometime next week.
AFL premiers, the Melbourne Demons, have sent an ominous warning with an 88-point win over North Melbourne in a practice match at Casey Fields. The Demons were victorious, 20 goals, 12-132, to the Kangaroos 6 goals, 8-44. Ben Brown kicked 5 goals for Melbourne. Elsewhere, Carlton made a promising start under new coach Michael Voss, defeating St Kilda by 7 points in a practice match at Princes Park. The Blues were victorious, 9 goals, 13-67 to the Saints, 8 goals, 12-60. Sticking with AFL, and Essendon has signed Tex Wanganeen to its AFL rookie list after he scored 2 goals in a practice match against the Western Bulldogs yesterday. The 20-year-old son of former bomber Gavin Wanganeen has been training with the club since December after going undrafted last year. Tex had moved from WA to attend Melbourne private school Xavier College as a teenager. An NTFL player has been suspended from the league for 2 weeks for taking a sip of beer whilst on the field in last weekend's match between the Darwin Buffaloes and Southern Districts. In the final quarter, Tom Walsh, who plays for the Buffaloes, was handed a drink from a fan who had run out onto the field. He took a sip before returning to the match. He says he didn't intend to bring the game into disrepute. He was just trying to engage with the fans. Australian batter Travis Head says cricketers are defined by how they perform in overseas series. Head was the player of the series after scoring 2 centuries during the Ashes in Australia. The left-handed batter says he wants to back that up by playing well in next month's 3-test series in Pakistan.
It's, I think, what defines you as a player, your away series. And look at Smithy's record in India when he goes away in India and plays on those wickets and takes him to a different level. But on the flip side, you can't chase that, you can't change yourself, you can't try to be someone that you're not.
Rafael Nadal has registered the best start to a season in his career as he breezed past Stefan Kozlov to reach the Mexican Open quarterfinals. The Australian Open champion extended his unbeaten run to 12 matches with a 6-love, 6-3 win over American Kozlov. Nadal's previous best start to a season came in 2014 when he won 11 matches before losing to Stan Wawrinka in the Australian Open final. What a start to the year it's been for Rafael Nadal. No doubt he will be aiming to return to glory at the French Open that's coming up in May. That's the sport for now, Satian.
Thanks, Catherine. That was Catherine Murphy with the latest ABC News Radio Sport. Taking a look at the markets, and as we heard, the markets took a big hit today. The All Ordinaries was down 2.95%, closing at 7,253. The ASX 200 lost nearly 3% as well. It closed at 6,990, while the Australian dollar is buying about 72 US cents. Taking a look at the capital city weather for tomorrow. Brisbane, rainy at times. Possible heavy falls tomorrow with a top of 25 degrees. Sydney, showers and 27. Canberra, showers with a top of 23 in the nation's capital tomorrow. Melbourne, cloudy for you with a top of 23 degrees there as well. Some early drizzle about for Hobart, mostly sunny, 29 degrees. Perth, mostly sunny for you with a top of 34. And in Darwin, showers, a possible storm. You're heading for a top of 31 degrees. You're tuned to ABC News Radio right now. We're just coming up to news time.
This slide here sums up the impact on global financial markets of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The local share market volatility index is up an enormous 26%. The Russian ruble dropped 10%, gold went up 1.8%, oil 4.5%, with North Sea Brent crude going above $100 US a barrel for the first time since September 2014, and the world share index down 1.4%. Now the world index is now down 10% since the start of this year, making this the first real global correction since the COVID crash of February-March 2020. And here's a chart of the ruble-US dollar exchange rate. Today it fell from 1.3 American cents to 1.1 cents. Before the Russian financial crisis 24 years ago, the ruble changed hands for 20 US cents each. But on the 11th of August 1998, it fell to 4 cents overnight and has never recovered, just kept falling. And of course, today's decision to invade Ukraine won't do anything to turn that around. Not that Mr. Putin is worried about that. The Australian dollar fell a bit because, unlike the ruble, the US dollar is seen as a safe haven in times of trouble and went up today. And the Australian share market fell 3%, the biggest fall in 18 months, with the nation's biggest company, BHP, down 6.7%. Banks also fell. Qantas lost 5% after reporting a $1.3 billion loss. But gold miner Newcrest jumped in response to the higher gold price, and the company formerly known as Leighton, Civic, jumped a third after its 75% shareholder Hochtief of Germany lobbed in a takeover offer valuing it at $8 billion. The US share market fell 1.8% last night, and Asian markets were also sold off today. And that's finance.
President Putin's
Thanks for watching. You can check out more finance news by clicking there. And don't forget to click subscribe down there to get all the latest updates from ABC News.
Dr. Olga Polotska is the Executive Director of the National Research Institute of Ukraine in the capital, Kiev. She spoke to ABC News Daily.
I feel anger and frustration because for many years the country has been trying to build up. The country has changed. It's going to be the end of everything. The enemy is too powerful and they can easily destroy everything.
Back home now, and the Australian cricket great Rod Marsh is seriously ill after suffering a heart attack during a trip to southeast Queensland. The 74-year-old had flown into Bundaberg for a charity event. Marsh was taken to the local hospital where his condition is listed as critical. It's understood his family is expected to fly in to be by his side. Marsh played almost 100 tests for Australia in the 70s and 80s. He's regarded as one of the country's greatest wicketkeepers. Health authorities have urged recent visitors to a remote Aboriginal community in WA's north to get tested for coronavirus following an outbreak. 19 cases have been reported in Bidadanga and 180 kilometres south of Broome. Numbers expected to grow. It's thought the virus could have been circulating in the community since the 15th of February. President Frankie Shoveler says he's worried a basketball tournament held earlier in the week, attended by hundreds of people, may have spread the virus.
There were teachers there, there were staff there, there was police department there, and if those families were at the courts, well then what about him there, you know?
The New South Wales Premier admitted there was a breakdown in communication between Transport bureaucrats and the Minister's office over the decision to shut down Sydney's rail network. Dominic Perrottet says the process was completely unsatisfactory. The Premier says the Minister's office signed off without the full understanding of the precise details of closing down the entire train system. Mr Perrottet says that he believes the Minister's office and the Transport Department did act in good faith.
There was clearly a misunderstanding in relation to the view from Transport that what was necessary was to close the network, and their advice that that's what they believed was going to occur, and the view from the Transport Minister's office that there would be disruption.
Woolworths has reported its first half results, which saw sales rise by 8% to $31.9 billion. Earnings before interest and tax, that measure was down by 11% to $1.38 billion, and net profit after tax down by 6.5% to 7.
Hello and welcome to Switzer Investing. I'm Peter Switzer. Thanks for joining us on tonight's program. I actually explained to you why I bought more Tyro shares this week, despite the fact that the share price was absolutely clobbered. We've got Marcus Brogden from Blackmore Capital. He also runs the Switzer Dividend Growth Fund. On the stocks he's bought, because of reporting season. One is added to the start. We've got Michael Knox on where the Australian dollar is going to go. Really important for people investing overseas. We've got Ying Yi and Cheng from Coolabah Capital talking about when interest rates will rise in Australia, how many rate rises we should see. And finally, Paul Rickard with the Switzer Report looks at Appen that reported today, as well as other tech stocks and payment companies. Why are they being smashed? That's the show. So let's kick off with me talking about why I bought Tyro this week. Hi there, I'd like to explain why I bought more Tyro this week, despite the CEO Robbie Cook not being available to come on the show to tell us what in the hell is going on. In case you missed it, the company reported this week, and this has what has actually happened to the share price. Tyro's payments for 5 days is a chart on screen right now. Now, it lost about 30% this week, but the company has been struggling since October last year. Have a look at this next chart. This is Tyro over the past 5 years, but you can see since October, the share price really has tumbled from about $4 down to $1.48. So, what's happened? Let's have a look at the tech stock index called the NASDAQ, where the US's famous tech stocks actually live. That's on screen right now. And as you can see, tech stocks have been falling since January. And this hasn't helped a company like Tyro, which is not only a payments company, but is also a tech company. You can see there that tech stocks have really copped it. So that's the tech stock sell-off effect. But what about the payments sector? Let's check out the world's most famous payments business, namely PayPal. Now this was a $380 stock in August last year and was $268 in October, but now wait for it, it's $100. It's down 63% since October. And guess what Tyro's down? 63%. Afterpay's down 59% and Zip is off 64%. Do you see a pattern? Payments companies are out of favour. So are tech companies. And that's why we buy Tyro. So the big question is, will it last? Why should we buy this company anyway? Buy if you think the fund manager of the world that heavily influence stock prices will one day say, hey, these good companies that were overpriced, but they now look like they're underpriced. Buy if you think a company like Tyro will benefit from the reopening of the economy, the return to normal life, the arrival of tourists who go to pubs and cafes where Tyro's machines are used. Also buy if you like knowing that Mike Cannon-Brookes owns 13% of this company, but don't take my word, or don't just take the fact that Mike Cannon-Brookes owns a whole chunk of Tyro. Have a look at what all the experts are saying on FN Arena. These are the guys who survey companies all the time. Have a look at the chart that's on screen right now. But don't take my word for it, or Mike Cannon-Brookes Holdings to punt on Tyro. Let's just see what the expert analysts think about the company going forward. The consensus average rise for Tyro share price is, wait for it, 98%. But let's look at the individual calls. You can see this on the table right in front of you. Have a look at that. Morgans think it's going to be an 81% rise. Macquarie, 45% rise. Morgan Stanley, wait for 217%, and Ord Minnett, 102%. Even if these guys are only half right, that's not going to be a bad rise. So a lot of people think Tyro has a future. So it's not just me talking through my hat or through my wallet. And that's part of the reason why I was prepared to have another crack at it, though I do believe it's going to take time for the Tyro share price to improve, that's for sure. So finally, looking at these calls, I'm happy to remain a believer in Tyro as a company. And I will take the tip that Warren Buffett gave all of us, to be greedy when others are fearful. I'm a patient investor who likes to buy good companies when the market beats up on the sector that one day I think will be reloved again. But I do hope this reloving comes sometime this year. I'll keep trying to get the CEO of Tyro, Robbie Cook, for the show ASAP. Stay tuned. Well, we're catching up with Marcus Bogdan, the fund manager of the Swiss Dividend Growth Fund and of Capital. Marcus, great to see you. Something like you, it's like grand final time for an AFL support.
It's the time of the year where we relish, and the reporting season so far has been better than expected. When we're sitting in early January in the midst of Omicron, I was concerned around just the trajectory of earnings. But earnings broadly have been better than expected, and that's been primarily driven by commodities and financials.
But what's really interesting, Marcus, is that this is the 6 months going from July 1 to December 31. And there was a whole lot of lockdowns in there as well. Then we got in scope, in December, Omicron comes. So for companies to report well, that's a very good sign.
Extraordinary. And we've had a lot of false storms, a lot of false starts. And they have reported, I mean, companies like Endeavour, where 40% of their hotels were locked down over a 3-month period of time. But they've generated higher sales revenue, and the mixes there have been better than anticipated across the board.
Okay. This is a little fact that I bet you didn't. Well, I know you pour over financial facts like I do, but this one quite shocked me. Israel is apparently a very good forward indicator for the US economy. Didn't know that.
Right, yeah.
And the December quarter in Israel was a 16% spike in economic growth. Okay. And when I read that, I thought, well, I've been saying that in the second half of this year, when we get over Omicron, we're going to see a really big economic rebound.
Yes.
Are you feeling that, provided we don't get another Omicron type challenge to the economy, there is going to be a massive economic rebound?
Yeah, there's certainly those challenges that we know that are out there, and obviously there's always that persistence there that another year come along. But we're looking at the numbers, the facts that are companies reporting. GDP is stronger than anticipated, employment is stronger, and we've also seen that when we've come out of these lockdowns, there has been a sharp rebound. And there's evidence of that coming. There's also evidence that the supply constraints that we have in the economy are certainly not getting any worse.
Okay, because you're a fun kind of money guy, let me share another really interesting observation. Maybe. Money guy. Let me share another really interesting observation I picked up this morning. That this US analyst was saying, because of the virus, we're buying a greater proportion of products compared to services than we do when it's normal. And the classic example is we can't fly overseas, so what did we do? We went to JB Hi-Fi and Harvey Norman and bought stuff.
Yeah.
But once we can fly again, once we can move around our country again, we'll start buying more services and we'll buy less products, and there could be a whole lot of inventory. And what do stores do when they have too much inventory? They cut prices. So that could be another reason why inflation could come down over the course of this year and next.
Yes, and look, and economic forecasting has been incredibly problematic.
Yeah.
We talked about this before, 6 months ago. Today, companies like Goldman Sachs are suggesting it could be 25, 7. So we really just look at the underlying.
So that's the interesting stuff that money type people like you and me like before. People watching this want to know, what, as a consequence of this reporting season, what new companies have you added to the fund, and what companies have you added to because you were really impressed with what you saw?
Okay, so we're getting to the back end of reporting season now. There are a number of companies that we've got on our watch list of potential new companies to come into the portfolio, and those companies that we're looking to add to. So far, we haven't made any additions or deletions in the portfolio. We did put NAB in for their result, and that was quite good because that was a result that was better than expected. So
are you expecting the banks to keep on doing well?
Well, it's you've got to look at the individual names. I think CBA, which we've got in the portfolio, and NAB are growing above system. And that's another reason why we're confident around the economy, because we're seeing very strong lending growth, very strong deposit growth, and a very benign environment for credit. But companies like Macquarie, we're keeping a very close eye on, which moves up and down with the market. But I think longer term, as they're pivoting that business toward green infrastructure, I think that there is a long pathway there for them to benefit from that.
And they're also pushing themselves into lending to normal people, aren't they? A lot of their ads are sort of trying to go into, and they were there many years ago and they kind of got out of it. So it's just another little string they're adding to their bow. All right, so what about companies that have impressed you that you might be considering adding to the portfolio?
So there's companies that particularly in insurance or insurance brokers, companies like Steadfast. Seek is another example where it's far more employment. But they're more growth-orientated companies. Growth has traded very compression of those valuations. And so once we believe that those valuations have compressed enough and the underlying business model, we might then look to move into those. And so Seek is a good example.
Because your fund primarily likes to get great dividend pays, but if you see opportunities for growth, because there's good value at the moment, you will at least get in for a time and benefit from the growth.
Absolutely. And remembering investors' returns.
And CSL's a case in point, isn't it?
Investors' returns in two parts. It's both capital growth and dividend growth. And why earnings are so important is they are a reflection of the dividends. So if the earnings are growing, then ultimately you'll see growth in dividends. And we're seeing growth in dividends, which is higher than the inflation rate, which is terrific.
Okay. One last question. I read something brilliant on Monday, which I actually wrote in the Switzer Report, and I made the point that in October or so last year, from my reading of a lot of analysts and talking to people like you, it seemed apparent that three areas were going to do well, and that was financials, miners, and energy. And they've done really well. We've seen BHP go from about 35 up to 45 or whatever. There's been a nice rebound there. And my argument in the Switch Report on Monday was, these will probably still keep doing well, but the gains are going to get smaller and smaller because the big ones have been had. But if you want to get big long-term gains, big gains, you might have to wait. And so some tech stocks that have been beaten up, eventually, I suspect, will make a comeback.
Yes.
Is there a tech stock that I guess you mentioned Seek, which is a tech stock. Is there a tech stock there that you've considered one day you might add to the fund to get some growth?
Yeah, there are a couple. One is Xero, which is the digital accounting group.
Yep.
We previously had them in the fund, and we sold them because the valuation was excessive.
Yeah.
And so they got to $150. Earlier this week they were back at 98. So that is one that we like because it's a subscription business. It's small businesses are regulated to put their tax returns in digitally, and they're a global business as well. So that is one also. But I'd also point to the fact that there are been big sectors in the economy which have been laggards in the benchmark.
I know you're going to say healthcare.
Yeah, well, healthcare is one, and I'm not going to repeat that one, but consumer staples has been one which has really struggled. And obviously Coles and Woolworths we've got in the portfolio. They've delivered results which were better than expected, and they are now starting to see some of the cost pressures ease, and then they're also a beneficiary of higher inflation as well.
Thanks, Marcus.
Terrific, thanks, Peter.
That's Marcus Bogdan, a guy who looks at stocks 24/7. Got nothing else in his life. And still, it's worth talking to. My next guest is Michael Knox, Chief Economist at Morgans, and I always like to catch up with Michael to see where he thinks the dollar's going, where interest rates might be heading, and will we see a really big economic rebound this year? Michael, great to see you. Good to see you, Peter. Okay, let's not muck around with pleasantries. Let's get straight to the really important matters. The Aussie dollar. What's your forecast for 2022 in the Aussie dollar?
Well, we're going through a US dollar bubble. You have a model of the Aussie dollar, which is the standard model, exposed prices and interest rates, relative interest rates. And, all models like that, the commodity prices have gone up currently US dollar terms. The RBA index of export prices is 54% higher than it was for the average of 19 or 20. But the Aussie dollar is treading water or even drifting down. And the Aussie dollar extremely undervalued. 3 standard areas undervalued. Why is that happening? Well, I think there's 2 things that seem to be happening at the moment. Firstly, that if I take notice of people like Raghu Rajan, who was the chief economist of the IMF, who forecast a financial crisis and then became the governor of the Reserve Bank of India, and people like Mervyn King, who was the person who began QE as governor of the Royal Bank of England. Both of those people have said recently that real yields on US Treasury bonds are far too low, and that they think that is an extraordinary event. But given where inflation is, what's interesting is that US bond yields have yet to respond. And that suggests to me that there has been aggressive buying of US Treasuries, and that has got to the point where there's a bubble in US Treasuries, generated a bubble in the US dollar. And so you've got this exceptionally high value of the US dollar at a time when increasing inflation suggests that this could be to put this high dollar at risk. The person who's done the best analysis of this phenomenon is Ricardo Reis. Ricardo Reis is a European economist who's done a lot of work in the US. He's done a couple of presentations recently. One was called Is an Inflation an Inflation Disaster Around the Corner? When he did that on the 22nd of October with the Paris School of Economics. And he's done another one on the 17th, 22, with Princeton in the US, and this is with the person called Mark. And in both of these, what he says is that inflationary expectations of where inflation is going to be over the next 5 years in US Treasury bonds is increasing, but has not, and is certainly increasing relative to the inflationary expectations for Euro area bonds. He expects that this will get to a point where there will be a sell-off in US Treasuries relative to Euro area bonds, and that will generate a fall in the US dollar. But we've yet to get to that point. So the short answer of this is that there's a bubble in the US dollar because the market is buying US Treasury bonds on yield, but are currently not taking enough attention of the inflationary risk. As they become increasingly aware of the long-term inflationary risk, what will happen is they'll start selling those US Treasuries and the US dollar will go down. And until that occurs, what we've got is a bubble in the US dollar, which is not just making the Australian dollar too low, it's making everything else too low relative to the US dollar.
Okay, so let's move. So therefore, eventually you think the US dollar falls and the A dollar will rise. Is that just a yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So
but it takes some time. It will take some time to work through this process.
Yeah. So if we get a very big economic rebound in the second half of this year, on the basis that there are no more Omicrons, we learn how to live with the virus, and there is a big economic rebound, what do you think that will do to the A dollar versus the US dollar?
Well, I think there's two different things. I think you've got the real level of activity, and activity is very strong. But US growth will be about 4.5% or better in the second half of the year, and Australian growth the same. Yeah. After all, we've got the highest terms of trade in Australia now since the previous resources boom, and that generates high growth in incomes in Australia, high growth in demand, and we've got this, as we say, that the Aussie dollar has yet to respond to the extremely high commodity prices, so this is generating high levels of income in Australia. So this is one of the best times in our lifetime for the Australian economy, and for some Australian companies.
So Noxie, let's go to the calls out there that the US will raise interest rates. Like some people think there'll be 10 rises this year. I don't know how you get 10 rises this year, but how many rises do you think the Fed's going to embrace this year? How many interest rate rises?
Well, they've also said they're going to do two things. They're going to start reducing the size of the balance sheet, and they're going to increase rates. And they haven't told us yet what the reduction in the balance sheet is, because they haven't worked it out yet. But I think what's going to be happening over the next 3 years is that they're going to be raising rates and reducing the size of the balance sheet at the same time. And I think the result of that is that the number of rate hikes that's required will be less than the market necessarily believes. They've said that they'll get rates up to 250 basis points after 3 years. There's 10 rate hikes over 3 years, and that's what we think they'll do. But a lot of tightening will happen because they're running down the balance sheet at the same time. Okay. So that's the reason for the limited upside.
Good old Dr. Phil will start raising interest rates.
Oh, he hates being called Dr. Phil because Dr. Phil's somebody on TV.
Yeah, I love Dr. Phil.
Mr. Philip Lowe, PhD.
No, I love both Dr. Phils. But go on.
Yes. Well, I think Mr. Philip Lowe, PhD, has pointed out that inflation in Australia is half the size of the US. And the reason I think that that's happened is because our budget deficit is half the size. Well, that's reasonable. And therefore he thinks rate increases will be lower than that. So I think he's going to watch the Fed hike rates at least twice before he decides it's time for him to start putting up rates. So I don't expect any increase in the Australian cash rate for the end of the year. Given that, as I say, inflation is half as high here as it is there, then we go up, then rates will go up more slowly. But of course, because inflation is lower in Australia, the Australian dollar is actually cheaper because of this purchasing power parity thing. So that still supports, you don't need the same number of rate hikes to support the same increase in the level of the Australian dollar. Because our inflation is low.
Right, mate. Well, fantastic. Great to talk to you. And I take my hat off to you for your defence of Dr. Phil Lowe, PhD. But he'll always be
Lowe, PhD.
But he'll always be Dr. Phil to me. Great to talk to you, mate. We'll catch up in a month's time. Cheers.
Great to talk to you.
Cheers, mate. We're catching up now with Ying Yan Chen from Coolabah Capital, and the subject is her favourite. It's what she sleeps and thinks about 24/7 interest rates. Ying Yi, how are you?
Hi Peter, thank you for the introduction.
Well, it makes you an unbelievably exciting person to be continually preoccupied with something that's really important to the world of money, interest rates.
True. It is very, very important and topical at the moment.
Yeah, without a doubt. So I've got a whole pile of, I think, difficult questions, but people would be curious about what your business is thinking about, because Coolabah specialises in bonds, and bonds is driven by interest rates and what might happen. So let's just try and get the latest feeling from you guys. So the first question I've got is, how many rate rises are you guys expecting in the US this year?
Yeah, I think, look, there's currently around 7 sort of rate hikes priced in. I think that's fair. That would imply that they would need to go at pretty much every meeting live. So I think that's realistic. Obviously, you know, our views around inflation are that the Fed is already behind the curve, so arguably they probably should be doing more. Whether they do, you know, more than 7 hikes this year is obviously questionable. The markets obviously, you know, jump to that sort of view quite quickly. I mean, look, probably think that they should do, you know, 10 rate hikes if anything. But, you know, the question of should and whether they will is obviously a very different one.
This is the one question I didn't, you know, suggest I might ask you, but you're so smart, you can handle it anyway. A potential very difficult situation, Ukraine, Russia and NATO allies, could that make the Fed hesitate to, you know, put another negative in there for financial markets?
Yeah, that's definitely a legitimate sort of a question, but I think the reasons for, you know, taking monetary policy away from 0% interest rates and super loose policy is related to inflation, and there's definitely an inflation problem. So the more that they delay hiking rates, the more, you know, of an inflation issue that they are creating down the track, and, you know, the harder it is to stay on track of. You know, 0% interest rates is obviously the lowest as you can get, obviously without going to negative rates. But even if they were to hike to 0.25%, 0.5%, you know, 1%, that's still expansionary.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the really hard question. Will the first rate rise, which we pretty well know it's going to be March, so the upcoming month, but will it be 0.25%, 0.5%, or as James Bullard, the St. Louis president of the Fed, 1%? What's your best guess?
Yeah, we're probably of the view that it's going to be 0.25%. I mean, 0.5% is definitely a risk, but if you look at the rhetoric coming out of other Fed members, it would point towards more like 0.25%.
Yeah, okay, me too, I agree with that. Well, let's go to our first rate rise here. What's Coolabah's best guess on when we'll see rates go up?
Yeah, our core expectation is that we'll see the first rate hike in August. Obviously, there are, you know, people of, you know, different sort of views and camps. You know, some people are looking for May. Our view around the August rate hike is more so a couple-fold. The RBA is firstly, you know, quite keen on seeing, you know, several inflation prints or CPI prints before they make a decision around hiking interest rates. And then secondly, also, I think from a political perspective, you know, regardless of whether Labor or Liberal do come into power, hiking in May may be, you know, a bit too soon from a political perspective, even if the RBA is, you know, deemed to be independent. It probably wouldn't look good politically.
Okay. Let's go to how many rate rises are you guys expecting in Australia this year?
Yeah, good question. Probably just about two rate hikes this year out of the RBA. We have a very different inflation profile versus the US. So obviously in the US, you know, core inflation is running, or core PCE, I should say, which is the Fed's preferred measure, is running around 4.7%. Wage inflation is around 4.7% as well. Whereas here, sure, we're like, you know, bit over 2%, which is within that sort of target range, and at the same time wage inflation, which will get numbers out this week as well, that is running a bit over 2% as well. So definitely different profile, and they're obviously not in as much of a hurry versus the US.
Have you thought about why US inflation is higher than Australian inflation?
Well, we were already behind the curve in terms of inflation, I should say, not the RBA necessarily. So the RBA, even heading into the pandemic, was already undershooting its, inflation objectives in terms of, targeting 2 to 3% inflation. So we're coming from a very different base to begin with. Obviously, over in the US, there's tightness in the labour market. Whereas here, when we get, we do have tightness in the labour market here as well, but, they definitely haven't had closed borders in that respect. And so we are expecting to open our borders, as you know, and therefore that influx of, immigrants and also international students will sort of help to moderate a bit of that wage inflation pressure.
I've only just thought about this when I was listening to your, as usual, brilliant answer. And I'm wondering whether JobKeeper has taken the pressure off wage demands, because for lots of workers, their wages didn't change over the course of the pandemic. But in the US, where the labour market is far more flexible, they may have actually seen a lot of wage falls, and now they're playing catch up.
Yeah, but they did also have stimulus checks, and JobKeeper obviously is not around anymore. But yes, initially JobKeeper was definitely very attractive. I mean, I definitely had heard of anecdotes whereby people were getting paid more on JobKeeper than they traditionally would be in their normal job because they worked casually or they worked part-time, for example. So it definitely was a good measure from the government in terms of an immediate blanket policy response, but it was very blunt, and it was far-reaching in that respect. In the US, there was obviously stimulus checks as well, people going on unemployment benefits, but you also had people come out of the labour force in the US as well, just disenfranchised by, like COVID and moving out of, certain sort of industries around, hospitality, etc., just because of the dangers associated with working in that industry, given the pandemic. And so, encouraging those people to come back is obviously, there are people that are coming back, but then there are at the same time that people have just left, permanently and maybe working in what they call the gig economy now.
Great question. Great PhD paper, that one. Finally, let's go to inflation. Do you think inflation in both the US and Australia will eventually prove to be temporary, or though it might take longer for it to start to dissipate and fall? Or do you fear that there may well be a number of years of rising inflation?
Yeah, well, this is why central banks need to nip it in the bud, right? Because inflation expectations have been moving higher. So if you look at the US, the University of Michigan surveys have inflation pointing to, inflation expectations over the next sort of 12 months, quite high. I think it's around, a bit over 6%. If we look at the New York Fed inflation expectations, they're around, 4-point-something% over the next 12 months. Over the next 3 years, people are expecting, 3-point-something%. So, as we know, if we're expecting something, we're going to, change our behaviour in line with that expectation. So if people are behaving in a way such that they expect higher prices in the future, then, that can be self-fulfilling, and that is a concern. So unless central banks, depending on, their hiking profile and whether they nip this inflation problem, sooner rather than later, will have a huge impact on these inflation expectations. So that's hugely important, and that will impact, how far-reaching or how long this inflation will last. At the same time, look, our view is that it isn't transitory. Sure, there are supply chain constraints, but, in some ways you could argue that everything that, could affect inflation or that is bad with respect to, price profile has already happened. But there could be, potential issues down the line. So we could have a wage price spiral that could perpetuate things. So things start costing more, so I demand higher wages then feed through to the cost of goods and services, and then we get that wage price spiral, which is obviously not desirable, hence why I mentioned that central banks need to nip it in the bud. And then secondly, you also have the risk of other variants which could affect the supply chain down the track as well.
Yeah, good point. One final one, and this is purely a vested interest question. You guys manage the Switzer High Yield Fund, but it's on a floating rate. So rising interest rates should be good for that fund?
Yeah, it's beneficial because in a floating rate fund, your interest rate is not fixed, so because it's floating. So when, for example, if you have invested in a fixed rate fund, usually you've fixed your rate at a lower rate if interest rates are moving higher. So you don't benefit from that high yield or that high income that comes from the bond. As interest rates move higher, that benefits floating rate, funds like the Switzer High Yield Fund, because the underlying coupon or the income that's coming from the investments within that fund are going to be higher.
Yeah, great. I'm glad that Chris talked me into it. Good on him. Okay, thanks for joining us, Ying Yi.
Thank you, Peter.
And that's Ying Yi and Chen from Coolabah Capital. I'm catching up with Paul Rickard from the Switzer Report just to see what he thought about Apple's report and tech stocks and payments companies that were here.
It has previously.
So we're still guessing with Appen going forward.
We're still guessing with Appen, and it provided guidance about some targets about FY26.
We care about
revenues. That's 5 years away, right? What we want to know is what's going to happen in the next couple of years, and it sort of withdrew guidance, didn't like that. And so always, when you've been providing numbers and forecasts and you take it away, the market is immediately suspicious, right? What aren't they telling us? Costs are up a little bit. They said costs would be up in the next half compared to this half as it invests. Your revenue growth was okay, but it's nothing to see the lights out. I think there's a lot of people, you, me, most analysts have been a believer in this company.
Yeah.
And eventually it just becomes too much, and I think today we saw was a final.
I guess a lot of us have thought that once the worst of this coronavirus is out of the way, this is a company that would benefit. But I guess the fact that it's lagged on could be one part of the problem. It's gone longer than we expected. But there's still, this company's not giving me a good feeling, Paul. And, I've got a small investment in it, and I'm thinking to myself, am I going to keep sticking by it? I don't know.
Yeah, well, I guess, we're all sort of believers in artificial intelligence. Yeah, this company actually makes money. It is profitable. It produces $1. It pays a dividend. But, for a company that was in its 40s, I think it got to about $44, $45. To see it down today around $6.50, is a bit of a disgrace. And I think it's sort of the capitulation. Where it goes to now, there's got to be some value there somewhere, right? Okay. But this, I think we're all hoping that it bottomed before today, and we saw it didn't, and
we've ended up on our bottoms.
We're ended up on our bottoms, Pete.
Let's go to finally payments companies that really copped it. Tyro's copped it, Zip's copped it, Afterpay. All these companies have been smashed. Paul, what do you think's behind it? Is there something structurally wrong with them, or is it something that is just big fund managers have got out of this space and they're chasing other sectors?
No, look, I don't think there's anything fundamentally wrong, Peter. I mean, when you say you've copped it, this is a global trend, right? Yeah. And you look at the payment leaders, your so-called PayPals, your what's now Square, what is now Block, right? Which took over Afterpay. These companies are both down 60-65% in the last 12 months. And so we have seen a de-rating of the whole sector. Every payments company's been hit. Put it down to, I think it all got hyped up a bit too much in the first place. So we always warn about the hype cycle. You never know how long it's going to go.
And there's more competitors too, aren't there?
More competitors. I think it'll come back, but it's sort of, we've seen a global de-rating. It then got caught up in the tech sell-off. This actually started more like that in the got caught up in the tech sell-off, and it's just been, I think, something that the Australian companies aren't strong enough to withstand that international
So it's going to be a
pressure.
matter of faith, Paul, but you do suspect that they eventually will make a bit of a comeback.
I think there'll be a comeback, but I don't think you suddenly go from we don't love, sort of in love, you go to out of love, and then it's hard to get back in love again. So it's going to have to do some work, Pete.
Yeah.
But you can't. Whereas you can pick the candidates in Australia, you've got to look at what's going on overseas, and unfortunately, in many cases, we just play follow the leader.
Exactly right. That's Paul Ricker of the Swiss Report. And that's the show for this week. Thanks for joining us. Don't forget, if you want more insights into the sort of stocks you should be thinking about buying, subscribe to the Switzer Report, switzerreport.com.au. See you on Monday night.
So with ASIO's head saying the government shouldn't be politicising ASIO, and with Dave Sharma's head saying ASIO should stay out of politics, who do we trust? An organisation that operates largely in secret beyond the reach of laws that apply to the rest of society, or ASIO? And what does the Foreign Minister, Marise Payne, recently recognised by the PM as the longest-serving female senator in Australian history? And I should think the PM would recognise her if she's been in Parliament that long. And with such experience, what does she think about this joker, treading all over her delicate foreign ministerial diplomacy about China, with his warmongering and his, look at me, I'm cuter than Josh Frydenberg, showboating, ahead of the next Liberal Party leadership spill? Spokesperson for Marise Payne, Thumbelina Stent.
Oh, Sean, you don't want to pay any attention to Peter.
Well, it's a bit difficult when he's foaming at the mouth about communists and how China is a threat to the region.
Now, you mustn't pay him any mind. He's just trying to distract everyone from that Auditor General's report finding that he's more likely to fund community grants and coalition seats than not. My job is diplomacy, Sean, and let me tell you, I'll need every ounce of it trying to repair our relations with France after Scott shat in the bed over our submarine deal. What a maroon!
Why is Peter Dutton allowed anywhere near a microphone?
I know, right?
Defence is normally where you're sent to die. Presumably that's why Morrison shoved him in there last year. Kevin Andrews, Christopher Pyne, Linda Reynolds, all walking corpses once they've been tapped on the shoulder for that dead zone of a ministry of no return.
Well, Maurice was Defence Minister for 4 years, but yeah, fair call.
Yeah, my point is, why doesn't he stop comparing Xi Jinping to Hitler and get back to doing what he does best, using his ministerial discretion to approve unsuitable community safety grants?
I hear you, Sean, I really do. But I can assure you that Maurice and I and everyone in her department are working very hard every day behind the scenes to mend the enormous holes kicked in our diplomatic relations with the rest of the world by Peter and Scott and Dan Tehan and whoever else we've got bumbling about on the world stage.
Tony Abbott?
Oh, Christ, yes. Him too. Jesus H. Buddha, it never ends. I tell you, it's a wonder Maurice hasn't sawn her own head off.
Well, thank you very much, and Thumbelina for coming in tonight. Please accept, may I offer you a nice hot, non-steaming mug of Amazonian biochar. Superheated sawdust, inert, caffeine-free and ideal for carbon storage.
The Democratic Republic of Congo is one of the poorest countries on Earth. But it holds the world's richest deposits of cobalt. Now the race is on to mine the metal essential to making electric car batteries.
This is what people in this region are digging and dying for.
It's dangerous work. The massive industrial mines, mostly Chinese-owned, are a law unto themselves.
People are dying for lack of safety.
Corruption and violence are rampant. Small-scale or artisanal miners who work on the fringes of the big mines risk arrest, even death. Many are children. This report exposes the brutal cost of our green energy revolution.
Are we under arrest?
It's a story many don't want told.
Put your camera down. Camera down. Camera down.
70% of the world's cobalt comes from the Congo. The country is deeply troubled. Decades of conflict have destroyed its economy and its health and education systems. Millions live on less than $2 a day. As demand for this metal has surged, Congolese have flooded into the south of the country, looking to make a buck from the boom. Some have been lucky to find jobs in the big mines. Most, like Mama Natalie and her sons John and King, scratch out a living digging for cobalt in the waste that the industrial mines discard.
Mpaka vile kama unaenda mmoja unakalakashika unapata watoto wanakula kama akupata banalala mpaka vile na njaa.
Mama Natalie and her family are artisanal miners, workers who extract the metal by hand in illegal or semi-regulated sites. These miners produce up to 30% of the Congo's cobalt. Every day, before the security guards arrive, they climb the embankments of this Chinese-owned mine and join hundreds of other families in search of cobalt.
Kaya tunapata bulongo wa kusampisha, ndio nao wanaanza kutusakia bulongo na kulokota tule kwenye tumamatie.
They're trespassing, so they have to work fast. Security often beat, arrest, and even shoot artisanal miners. Almost as soon as they begin, it's time to leave. The mine's security teams are on their way. When the patrollers break for lunch, Natalie and her boys will dig for another hour. If they find enough cobalt, they'll eat tonight. In Congo, artisanal mining can be a deadly business.
I've just received on my phone a really disturbing video. It shows a mine that has just collapsed and it buried alive 6, 7, 8 miners. And I'd heard that these kinds of cave-ins happen all the time in this region, but even still, it's really quite confronting to see it on video like that. And what's more, I'm now actually on my way to visit a person whose story I know is just going to rip my heart out.
I'm on my way to meet a mother who lost her 13-year-old son in a similar accident.
Jambo, habari, nzuri sana, salama. We're looking for Mama Nicole. Do you know Mama Nicole?
Yes.
Can you show us? Would you mind showing us? Could you show us? Yeah?
Yes, I can show you.
Ah, Mama Nicole. Jambo. Jambo, habari. Nzuri sana, Michael. This is Karine. Can you tell me his name?
Deomba.
Deomba. He's a really handsome young guy. What was he like?
Hakuwa ni mwanamke.
amepotea kazi ya nyumba, kazi ya vyote tu vya nyumba. Yeye ndio kwa mama wa nyumba, anisaidia vya nyumba, tuende kila nenikosa tu.
To me a lot, but I can't understand how just.
Diomba was Mama Nicole's firstborn.
Biko munisa deja balimtosha munisa, banyosha se mtoto afanye vile maana. Panasa pana shenda kia mkari yangu, mina rudia tena.
I'm so sorry.
Is that area protected at all? Are there fences around it that stop children getting in there?
There is no fences.
Did the mining company take any responsibility?
They did not.
Nothing.
Yes.
Under Congolese law, the company has an obligation to ensure the mine doesn't pose a threat to the communities around it.
When you look around here, there's just children everywhere. You know, 3, 4, 5-year-olds everywhere. And this mine is 750 meters away, and there are no fences protecting this community full of children from what is obviously a very dangerous mining area.
The body of Diomba was dug up and brought home for a proper burial. His family haven't yet been able to afford a cross, and his grave remains unmarked. The CDM mine is a subsidiary of the Chinese multinational Zhejiang Huayu Cobalt, one of the world's biggest cobalt producers. For years, Huayu supplied cobalt to battery makers, who in turn supplied companies like Apple, Microsoft, and Volkswagen. In 2016, Amnesty International concluded Huayu was probably buying cobalt from artisanal mines where children worked in hazardous conditions. The company pledged to stop the practice. But I've heard CDM is still doing it. The Chinese industrial miners are notoriously secretive. Getting answers from them is difficult.
Got to make sure that that doesn't poke out.
I'm putting a hidden camera in my shirt.
That's better.
I'm going to pay CDM a visit.
You think they're going to check me at the gate?
I will go with you.
Okay, let's go.
Outside CDM's main cobalt depot, I approach the gate.
Pour faire visite ici, oui, il fallait aller au niveau de notre bureau supérieur. Oui, coopérer avec les Chinois.
The depot is protected by presidential guardsmen, soldiers deployed by the highest echelon of the Congolese government. And it's clear I won't be allowed inside.
And I'm curious, does CDM buy artisanal mined cobalt?
Oui. Crédit, produit cobalt. Oui. Précédent.
CDM is buying artisanal cobalt from outside of their own property.
Yeah, this is what the guards are telling.
If what the guard says is true, then CDM has breached Congolese law, which bans buying cobalt from unregulated artisanal miners. And it's betrayed its clients, who have policies against child labour. We asked Huayu for a response, but we haven't heard back. Huayu has also pledged to improve the lives of the people who live around its mines. But in Mama Nicole's village, there's little evidence of that. She and her family can barely afford the cross for her son's grave.
Mama.
En route to the cemetery, we're stopped.
Behind me over there, where that crowd is gathered, is the chief of this district, and he is trying to extort a bribe to allow Mama Nicole to go and place a cross on the grave of her son.
We pay the bribe. Only then are we allowed to continue.
Huh?
500 meters from where Mama Nicole's son is buried, we find this mine, teeming with children. It's Congolese owned. Government attempts to stop children working in the mines have been made to appease big battery buyers like Microsoft, Apple, and Tesla. But they're not having much impact here. Most of the boys here are between 12 and 16 years old. Their job is to haul sacks of cobalt-rich dirt from the pit onto the trucks.
It takes 1,200 sacks of cobalt to fill that truck, and this crew of boys fill that truck twice a day.
A crew of even younger boys, 5- and 6-year-olds, collect the sacks and return them to the pit.
Oh my gosh, that has got to be, I reckon that's got to be 30 to 40 kilos, at least. Man, that's heavy.
Everyone here works without safety gear. Prolonged exposure to cobalt can lead to cancer, lung disease, and heart failure. I asked the mine manager why the boys aren't at school.
Rosie Betty's 1+1.
Whatever was going on off the field, he could always switch it on.
Going through with Jane what we went through, you realise what we worry about on an everyday basis is not important.
I knew that Gwen and I loved each other and we were going to make it work.
I really do see the foundation as a way of keeping my mum's memory alive.
And the police chief pulls our local producer aside for a quick chat.
We have to pay him.
Australian Story
$20.
Returns Monday at 8
Later.
on
No,
ABC
okay.
TV
But he's a
and
cop, right?
ABC
He's a policeman.
iView.
First, he's a commissioner.
He's the police commissioner?
The mines police representative.
And that's the sad truth. Despite the government ban on children working in mines, there's little enforcement on the ground.
Streaming on ABC iView. From March, you'll need to log in with an ABC
The
account
police
to watch.
commissioner offers to show me a different
So log
type
in
of
and
artisanal
save something
mining.
you want to enjoy later
We
by
enter
adding
an
it to your watch
area
list.
riddled
Pick up
with
where you left off
hand-dug
across
tunnel
logged-in
mines.
devices. Plus, check out
Tunnel mining is the
recommendations
most
to unearth
dangerous
new
method of
shows
cobalt
and
extraction.
movies.
Bonjour.
Bloody magic.
Log in with an
A team of
ABC
miners
account
agreed
and
to
make
take our
ABC
cameras down.
iView yours.
Putin's war. What more could the West have done? We're
First
living
they
through a time
descend
of
a
global
6-metre
uncertainty,
shaft,
and tonight
barefoot.
we'll also look at our mental health crisis at home. Welcome to Q&A.
There are no structural supports down here. Nothing to keep the roof from collapsing. The men film rich nuggets of copper and cobalt, but they can't extract them without risking caving. They enter a long horizontal tunnel.
I can hear their voices. I can hear them digging.
I
mean, if a tunnel like this collapsed, there would just be absolutely no way of getting them out. There's nothing around here for miles.
Finally, 25 meters underground, the men dig again, unearthing more cobalt. After 20 minutes, they head up. There's not enough oxygen for them to stay longer.
Aha. So this is cobalt. This is what people in this region are digging and dying for. I've never seen it up close like this before. You can see it's an iridescent green. Quite beautiful in its own way.
I want to investigate where the cobalt from unregulated artisanal
People aged 15 years and over.
It's going to be very difficult for Sean Michaela to be able to send this up.
Studio audience back. Can we swing the camera around so we can see them? That's enough. No, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Back. No. Listen, if anyone's feeling a little bit scratchy in the throat or as a runny nose, please use the communal nasal swab provided here, free of charge for everybody's use at the ABC. Line up, get really close to each other, take the sample, and we'll post it off to Greg Hunt's office for processing. Well, it was the last week of Parliament last week, and for many it was like the last day of school. They treated it like muck-up day, mucking up any legislation they hoped to pass and any prospect of their re-election. It was a time for cutting loose and accusing people of being in league with the Chinese Communist Party, or even worse, the most left-wing leaning Labour leader since Gough Whitlam. Yes, if you want to turn off Labour voters, liken their candidate to Gough Whitlam. Also, if you come across Brer Rabbit and he's covered in tar, whatever you do, don't throw him in the briar patch. They're new. That film came out in 1944. You disappoint me. Anyway, this last week before the politicians all go off to their post-election board positions was also a time for reflection. The Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, remained philosophical about the non-passing of his much-promised religious discrimination bill. After popping into a Maronite church for a quick blessing last Sunday, yes, not quite as formal as it used to be, those blessings, are they? Anyway, the PM took the opportunity to compare the failure of the religious discrimination bill to an old but very relatable Bible story. I feel very much like the woman before Solomon. And it's great. It's great that the PM, as a man, is capable of feeling like a woman. Having empathy with the trans community who would have been marginalised had the bill passed. I'm not sure which woman he is in the story, the woman who is the genuine mother and doesn't want Solomon to cut the child in half, or the one who isn't the mother and thinks it's okay. Either way, the PM made it very, very clear.
I would rather lay down our attempt to secure those additional protections than see them compromised or undermined.
Okay, so just to recap, the baby is a religious discrimination bill. King Solomon is Labor, the crossbenchers and the Liberal MPs who crossed the floor because they wanted to amend the bill, much in the way that Solomon wanted to amend the baby with his sword. And of course, cutting a baby in half would tend to compromise and undermine it. So the PM, as the rightful mother, kills the bill in the Senate rather than let someone else take over responsibility for it. It's a beautiful story, and but the PM had bigger fish to fry this week, Frydenberg that is, and it's on that I'd like to exercise my freedom of plain speaking. Okay, well, according to a recent poll, our Treasurer, Josh Frydenberg, is now the preferred Liberal leader on 38.5% of the vote, ahead of Scott Morrison on 31%. Interestingly, no leader at all outpolled Peter Dutton by 3.5%. Absolutely. No leader, certainly the one to watch there. But what does this result of this poll mean for the man that might be king? On the subject of his leadership ambitions, only a week ago, Josh went on record saying,
I've made no secret that would be something I'd put my hand up for at the right time, but we're not looking at that time right now.
Yes, but that was then. What about now? He looks like romping it in should there be a leadership spill. Former Finance Minister Matthias Cormann worked closely with the Treasurer on many budgets and was instrumental in turning on the faucets that created the last leadership spill, which gave us the gift that keeps on taking, that is Scott Morrison. Now he's out of politics. Mr. Cormann would be the best person to put this question to. Unfortunately, he's now also Secretary General of the OECD and not available to appear on a fake news show. So let's instead ask his former advisor, Darius Horsham.
Sean, I know Josh like the back of my hand. He does not have a ruthless bone in his pitifully weak, cowardly body, and I respect him for that. He could no more hold Scott Morrison than he could a donut up Mount Kosciuszko using the bridge of his perineum.
All right, what about Peter Dutton?
Sean, you are being an arithmetic girly man. The Peter Dutton does not have the numbers. Even if he could get the preferences from someone else, that would only push him up to 14.5%. And even if by some miracle he was able to charm everyone who wants no leader or can't say into switching their votes to him, that only gets him as far as 30.5%, a full 8% behind the Frydenberg. But Sean, the Liberal Party are not idiots. No party in its right mind is going to have a leadership spill 3 months out from an election.
Well, the Labor Party rolled Julia Gillard for Kevin Rudd 3 months before the 2013 election. Fair call. Even so, I was surprised to hear him say,
you see, we have a leader of the opposition who's trying to sneak into government, trying a small target strategy.
Yeah, well, because you could hardly say that the coalition went to the 2019 election with a big policy agenda. It's taken them all the 3 years just to fail to get their ICAC and religious discrimination bills passed. If they hadn't had the bushfires and the pandemic to respond to inadequately, they'd have nothing to do for almost their entire term of government.
John, I think you're being a little unfair. While only last week they was hard at it trying to pass laws granting the immigration minister deportation powers he already had, and trying to regulate the Facebook comments. Them's not exactly the small biscuits.
My point, though, still stands. The only strategy the government took to the last election was getting some name recognition for the Prime Minister.
Scott Morrison.
That and having him do this quite a bit.
Sean, don't shit on my brown kitten and tell me he's put on weight. I was there in 2019. We absolutely went to that election with a big target strategy.
Really? What was it?
Labor. And Josh's point, apart from the one at the top of his head, is that now Anthony Albanese thinks he can waltz into government without telling Australians what he plans to do.
Yeah, why would he bother when you lot are out there making up his policies on death taxes and mining taxes for him? At this stage, the coalition are less the government than they are the McKell Institute.
Well, if Labor was honest about the awful things they're planning to do in the future, Josh wouldn't have to be dishonest about them now.
So it's all Labor's fault?
Exactly.
Yeah, well, thank you, Darius, and for coming in the show tonight. Please accept this voucher for $40 worth of laser eye surgery from Scotty's Laser Eye Clinic. That serves him right. Fantastic. I should hope so. And so the government trying to find an issue they can campaign on, and having ruled out the vaccine rollout, the rapid antigen test rollout, the bushfire recovery, aged care, wages, grant schemes, the treatment of women, submarine procurement and internal unity, have latched onto national security, implying that a Labor government will mean less resistance to foreign interference in our affairs.
Scott Morrison claims Anthony Albanese is China's pick to win at the polls.
But he's also News Poll's pick as well. So what does that mean? Does that mean we can expect more intrusive phone surveys? Panikkiti Krill from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, you hold the record for the longest uninterrupted bout of constipation. That's not why you're here though tonight. I want to show you this.
My government will never be the preferred partner of a foreign government, Mr. Speaker, that has chose to intimidate this country and has sought to threaten this country.
Panikkiti, what are some of the ways in which China is intimidating and threatening us?
Well, firstly with their massive expansion, building weaponry, building islands in the Indo-Pacific.
And what are they building all these things with?
Steel.
And how are they making all this steel?
With iron ore.
And where are they getting this iron ore?
Mainly from us.
And why are we providing them with iron ore?
Well, it's keeping our economy strong.
And why do we need a strong economy?
So we can protect ourselves from their massive steel-driven expansion.
Panikkiti, I don't want to be accused of defat shaming, but I think you're in an abusive relationship with China. You need to leave it.
No. That'd only make it worse. That'd make them angrier and more intimidating and threatening. We can't leave it. We've got nowhere else to go and sell our iron ore at these prices. And they do love us. I know they do. They wouldn't still be trading with us if they didn't. It's just that sometimes they get angry with us, like when we banned Huawei. But that's our fault, not theirs.
Thank you, Panikkiti Krill. And for coming on tonight, please accept this, left over from Dan Tien's airport hamper. Couldn't get rid of them, apparently, so that's for you. But calls from our top spook to STFU about national security have been ignored by the government, with
Scott Morrison continuing to allege the Chinese Communist Party would prefer Anthony Albanese and Labor to win the looming election.
As would 55% of Australians, according to Newspoll. So it's great that despite our differences, we still have so much in common with our Chinese friends. But when Mr Morrison used the phrase Manchurian candidate to describe Labor's Richard Marles, his unparliamentary language rightly appalled the guardians of parliamentary dignity.
People are watching our Prime Minister on TV, and he's doing this sort of crap. What has politics come to?
Manchurian candidate. I mean, does Richard Marles look like someone who's been brainwashed? I mean, I don't know the guy, but I'm sure if he's going to murder anybody, he'd be doing it entirely of his own free will. Now, the government didn't deny they were politicising ASIO Intel, according to the Finance Minister, Simon Birmingham.
We don't seek to politicise it unnecessarily.
See? They don't seek to politicise national security unnecessarily, only when it's necessary to avoid their own unemployment by hoodwinking us into voting them in for a fourth term. So with ASIO's head saying the government shouldn't be politicising ASIO, and with Dave Sharma's head saying ASIO should stay out of politics, who do we trust? An organisation that operates largely in secret beyond the reach of laws that apply to the rest of society, or ASIO? And what does the Foreign Minister, Marise Payne, recently recognised by the PM as the longest-serving female senator in Australian history? And I should think the PM would recognise her if she's been in Parliament that long. And with such experience, what does she think about this joker, treading all over her delicate foreign ministerial diplomacy about China, with his warmongering and his look at me, I'm cuter than Josh Frydenberg showboating ahead of the next Liberal Party leadership spill? Spokesperson for Marise Payne, Thumbelina Stent.
Oh, Sean, you don't want to pay any attention to Peter.
Well, it's a bit difficult when he's foaming at the mouth about communists and how China is a threat to the region.
Now, you mustn't pay him any mind. He's just trying to distract everyone from that Auditor General's report finding that he's more likely to fund community grants in coalition seats than not. My job is diplomacy, Sean, and let me tell you, I'll need every ounce of it trying to repair our relations with France after Scott shat in the bed over our submarine deal. What a maroon!
Why is Peter Dutton allowed anywhere near a microphone?
I know, right?
Defence is normally where you're sent to die. Presumably that's why Morrison shoved him in there last year. Kevin Andrews, Christopher Pyne, Linda Reynolds, all walking corpses once they've been tapped on the shoulder for that dead zone of a ministry in their return. discretion to approve unsuitable community safety grants.
I hear you, Sean, I really do. But I can assure you that Maurice and I and everyone in her department are working very hard every day behind the scenes to mend the enormous holes kicked in our diplomatic relations with the rest of the world by Peter and Scott and Dan Tehan and whoever else we've got bumbling about on the world stage.
Tony Abbott?
Oh, Christ, yes. Him too. Jesus H. Tap dancing Buddha, it never ends. I tell you, it's a wonder Maurice hasn't sawn her own head off.
Well, thank you very much, and Thumbelina for coming in tonight. Please accept, may I offer you a nice hot, non-steaming mug of Amazonian biochar. Superheated sawdust, inert, caffeine-free and ideal for carbon storage. Still to come, men on high incomes to take lion's share of tax cuts introduced by men on high incomes. Plus, I interviewed Tourism Minister Dan Tehan about why he's such a gormless prat. Anyway, that's coming up later. But what about Australia's Manchurian candidates? The polls say Labor look likely to win in a landslide, but experience tells us that Labor will somehow take that landslide and use it as aggregate in a concrete pour for the foundations of another LNP government. Fair enough, Labor campaign strategy team, Vagary Belchamber, Sammy Twerb and Noblet Mule Puke. Or is it just the usual cynicism on my part?
Bit of both, Sean. We would like to say either way.
Are you confident?
No, we are not confident at all.
Right, so you're lacking confidence.
No, we're just feeling accepted. Because they don't like people who are too confident or confident.
Oh yeah, if they think we've already got it won, they'll make sure we lose.
Right, well that's the conventional wisdom, but do you really think that's true?
We are very confident that it is. But not too confident.
We're going to lose again for sure.
Right. But the polls tell you that you're going to win.
Only if we don't believe what they're telling us.
So as far as you're concerned, the people they're polling are lying about wanting to vote for you?
We have no option but to treat them as if they are, Sean.
Right, so the voters are untrustworthy.
Bitter and vengeful bastards. We have to think that way to maintain our mutual respect.
Well, thank you very much, Team Albo. And please accept these T-shirts on your behalf. And for balance, we should also talk about the Liberal Party a little to help them connect with the ABC audience. Case in point, I've noticed that the PM often speaks to us like he's lecturing us. Have a look at this and take note of his right hand where he appears to be using an invisible pointer.
Over 652,000 concession card holders have already accessed.
Now, what we thought we'd do to help him from now on is that we'll give him an actual pointer.
Staying positive and believing in the strength and good nature and resilience of the Australian people.
So it gives him more authority, don't you think? Not with the New South Wales branch of the Liberal Party, obviously, but still. Of course, this election is not just about Liberal and Labor, as the days of the two-party reform system are a whole host of mutant variations infecting the democratic process. Not only the symbiotic independent voices of cluster of candidates, but the Franken Party of United Australia, which has taken the head of former As we know, Clive has announced he's also going to run himself. Not over with his own car, but for the Senate. Now, this means that both he and Craig will be on the campaign trail together, both ostensibly in charge. And I think Derek Jacobi speaks for all of us when he says,
well, I, for one, am very interested to see what's going to happen next.
Thank you, Derek. Of course, Clive's been a member of Parliament before, but this was in the House of Representatives where the seats were a lot more posturepedic. Clive, of course, was going to speak at the National Press Club yesterday. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it, but I think it's safe to assume that it would have looked very much like this. Craig Kelly, of course, is still an MP, and I must say was responsible for a great muck-up day prank on the last day of the parliamentary term when he asked the new Speaker of the House, Andrew Wallace, whether he knew anything about the AFP using sonic weapons on the anti-vaccine protesters who congregated in Canberra the previous weekend. Asking Andrew Wallace whether he knew anything. Thank you. And in breaking news, the Department of Health has tonight issued an urgent warning to consumers concerning several popular brands of soft cheese. We cross live now to Bavina Jizwax. Bavina, what's happened here could have disastrous consequences.
Well, this story has only just broken, Sean, so you can imagine the health department is in a mad scramble to get this information out.
What's the nature of the contamination?
Well, 6 popular brands of soft cheese have been found to contain a mutated and highly toxic version of the Listeria virus, which can cause severe illness and, in some cases, death.
And what are the cheeses that are affected, Bavina?
Sean, ABC policy prohibits the broadcast of commercial brand names, so...
Well, perfectly understandable. Thank you very much, Bavina. Well, it might lead to hundreds of needless deaths, but integrity comes at a price.
Like most members of the royal family, dolphins are monotremes and give birth to their cousins at home in Punchbowl, Sydney.
That's our fact-check unit got closed down with Sean McAuliffe. 11 to 6 o'clock, something, followed by Maniac Baby.
Australia's most obtuse tabloid, the Daily Telegraph, with editor in over his head, Chris Lorax.
Looking forward to it tonight, Sean.
Really?
I brought in the cream of the crop this week.
All right. And when you say crop, is that another of your puns?
No.
All right, so this is the first one here, yes?
Oh, yep. So this is about the Australian Grand Prix banning vax exemptions. So we went with that Formula Shun. That's the pun there, see? So normally it would be Formula One, but because they're shunning those who are shunning the vaccine...
Yes, I think the cream of the crop may have turned.
Yeah, well, I wanted to go with that grandatory pricks, as in mandatory pricks. The editor-in-chief said no.
Did he also say, get out of my office?
No. I work from home, so it was a Zoom call.
All right, it's not a pun, but this one caught my eye. Earliest Homo sapien fossil, now even older. Now, that's bound to happen as time passes. What do you run this story every year?
Oh, content isn't really my department, Sean. My expertise is punt.
Is it? Completely rental.
Just a bit of fun about mental illness.
Virus bears fruit for $3 trillion apple.
I knew you'd like this one, Sean. Because Apple is a fruit as well as a computer, we were able to play on the double meaning with fruit.
I don't think you pushed it far enough. Why not virus pears fruit for $3 trillion apple? Or citrus pears fruit for $3 trillion apple?
That would make the headline meaningless.
Oh, I see. Unlike woof-top bars of pup paradise?
On the contrary, that makes twice as much sense because that's a double pun. See, it's about dogs, so woof-top, and it's about drinking, so it's a pup paradise instead of pub.
Yes, but pub paradise is not an expression, and roof and woof don't sound the same.
There's only one letter difference. That's the key to a pun.
What noise does a dog make?
Woof.
What's on top of your house?
Roof.
You hear the difference?
Yeah, but people are reading it.
Are they? Well, Woolworths has announced they're rolling out a new feature at their supermarkets across the country. And no, it's not fully stocked shelves.
Just like keep cups in coffee shops, customers will soon be able to bring their own reusable containers to buy meat in an effort to drive down plastic waste.
So too, Coles is trialling a bring-your-own-container system for bulk dry foods, like seeds and nuts. Coles self-spokesperson Gemma Peaty, customers have already have to serve themselves at the checkout, now bring their own bags and now their own containers. What other great ideas do Coles have for outsourcing what a supermarket normally provides to its customers?
Showmax will be encouraging customers to grow their own food and manufacture their own goods at home.
That sounds like a great deal.
Whether it be some delicious homegrown rainbow Dutch carrots or your own soap from animal fats you've rendered yourself, or even some DIY baked enamel cookware you've constructed from iron ore which you've extracted from your backyard and smelted with a rudimentary blast furnace that you've also made. Every little bit helps the environment and Coles' profit margin.
Those overheads have never been lower. At what point, though, will there be any reason to actually come into the store?
Yeah, only to pay us, Sean.
Seems a bit inconvenient for the customer, doesn't it?
Well, you're absolutely right, Sean, and that's why for increased customer convenience and for an unlimited time only, our long-term plan is to close all of our physical Coles supermarkets and just deduct the customer's grocery bill directly from their bank account, so they won't have to leave the house except to toil in the fields or participate in a more sustainable hunter-gatherer type lifestyle.
Well, thank you very much, Gemma Peaty. Gemma Peaty there, saying things to you. Well, the trade war with China continues, with Australia huddling in the trenches it's dug to find more iron ore to sell them. But what about an actual war? If China takes Taiwan without a fight from the US, might they not also pop down and take Australia while they're at it? Or perhaps because of the pandemic, they'll work from home and take us over remotely in a cyber war. They've already been engaged in malicious cyber activity in this country. At the click of a Beijing mouse, our water, electricity, sewage, telecommunications and banking systems could be turned off as easily as you or I might be if the Australian High Court released a nude calendar. Lucinda Gravely Condiment has more.
Crane Girdle knows computers and believes he has what it takes to thwart this threat to our national security.
Well, as we all know from 2001 A Space Odyssey, in which the villainous supercomputer HAL is vanquished by astronaut David Bowman after he removes the computer's modules one by one until HAL's logic systems degrade and is reduced to singing Daisy Bell, computers can be difficult to control. But, as we also know from Electric Dreams and to a lesser extent Spike Jonze's film Her, in which the AI operating system upgrade is voiced by Scarlett Johansson, computers can also fall in love with you. And according to Blade Runner 2049, bear your children.
Another nutjob who's fallen in love with a computer is Craig Givello. He moderates an online terrorism cell from the library of Box Hill TAFE, where he works part-time as a volunteer toilet attendant, despite several cease and desist orders.
Maria and I first started going out after I invented her in my shed. At first, people didn't understand, but that's because she only spoke German. However, this became less of a problem after we moved to Bavaria.
Because Craig's position at Box Hill TAFE is unpaid, he can only afford to travel back to Bavaria once a year. He can only communicate with Maria by email, using Google Translate, because he doesn't speak German either. This puts a strain on the relationship, as does his intimate friendship with a new robot he has built, also called Maria.
Some people think having a physical relationship with a mechanical device is sick. Don't they, Maria, too?
They are wrong. Sexual fulfillment can be expressed in a myriad of beautiful hues.
Plus, it beats the hell out of fucking a vacuum cleaner. Right, Corky?
Help me, please, someone!
Murder Sammy J!
Casper Jordan is in charge of cyber security at Australia's Home Affairs Department. It's Casper's job to spy on all Australians to make sure they're not texting their junk to each other.
All hail!
Or using social media to defame Peter Dutton.
Secretly posting on alt-right forums? I knew you had that haircut for a reason. Well done, Pickering. Who the fuck is Tosh Greenslade? Why is he trying to get to people to buy this shitty book? Alan Jones' Facebook page comment section peopled entirely by bots? I'll keep that under my hat, Alan.
So, who's watching the watchers as they watch the watched? And can we survive going cold turkey thanks to the Peking duck that is China's Asian tiger, sticky-beaked panda? And with the CCP poised to blast us back to the Stone Age, will that make it easier to access the coal and iron ore we're selling them? Lucinda Gravely Condiment, mad as hell.
Yes, indeed. Well, not coming up because Starstruck is on in a minute.
Angry aged care residents fight back. And 95-year-old Queen hide-and-seek game not what it once was.
I'm here.
And finally, there was chaos for commuters in Sydney this week after a breakdown in industrial negotiations saw the New South Wales government cancel all trains, prompting a dire warning from the PM.
If people want to hand the country over to unions under a Labor government, then this is what they can expect.
Yeah, exactly, for it to be as bad as it is under a Liberal government. Goodbye.
Do you know that they can't, one doctor, because he's not being double vaxxed. The hospital in Rockhampton hasn't even got enough doctors to cover the shifts. So people are going into the hospital there to get seen in the emergency, and we haven't got doctors because they won't allow them in the building because they're not double vaxxed. Psychologists are actually being told you can't see patients unless they've been double vaxxed. But they've always said you can't even do it over the phone unless they're double vaxxed. Serious.
Good evening, I'm Seth Meyers. This is Late Night. We hope you're doing well tonight. And now we are going to get to the news. President Biden has reportedly met with at least 3 Supreme Court candidates in the hopes that one of them will prove worthy to join the elite group of the most respected legal minds in the country and her capital. About the Ukraine crisis and said, quote, as Russia contemplates its next move, we have our next move prepared as well. Spoken like a man on the 5th row of Wordle with only 2 yellow squares. I mean, Wordle is hot. Wordle is hot to the touch base. Russian lawmakers voted yesterday to give President Vladimir Putin the formal approval to use military force in Ukraine. Putin said the approval came with approximately 117% of the vote. Pretty good. I could have used Wordle in that punchline. It's hard to follow a Wordle joke. I think that. President Biden met yesterday with the Ukrainian foreign minister. The meeting wasn't planned. He just very quickly decided to move here. Any good restaurants? In a new episode of a right-wing podcast, former President Trump said that Russian President Vladimir Putin's invasion into Ukraine was, quote, genius and wonderful. And I gotta say, it's a pretty brilliant way to make Putin second-guess himself. Who likes plan? Oh boy, this is not good. Genius? We fact-check that, right? We fact-check that Putin, when he's upset, says, I don't want to be out here looking like a... According to a new report published in the New York Times Magazine, an aide to former President Trump described the 2019 White House meeting with Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas's wife, Ginny, as being so crazy that Trump, quote, tried to rein it in. Whoa, you know things are bad when Trump is the one trying to keep things on track. That's like Bruce Willis telling the director, I feel like this movie has some plot holes. During a lunch in Kentucky yesterday, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said that President Biden is a, quote, thoroughly decent human being. Added McConnell, and if it wasn't for that, we'd probably get along great. And finally, a Florida attorney was recently arrested after she allegedly stripped naked in a bar when they refused to serve her because she was too drunk. And she must be an amazing lawyer because she still talked them into a scotch and soda. And that was a monologue, everybody!
Just give us your take on what you're seeing across these markets. Is this the short-term reaction, or are we going to see more pronounced losses across the equity space?
Yeah, no, I mean, clearly things are very fluid, no? But the problem is this is now coming at a really bad time for markets because for all this year, we've been dealing with tightening financial conditions for other reasons, no? Central banks fighting inflation. And the market has really tried to establish a growth narrative because the only way risky assets can make progress if you have central banks tightening policy as aggressively is if you have a good growth narrative. And now you're dealing with a growth shock. which is particularly for Europe, but pretty much globally, because you are even further tightening financial conditions. Risk premia in equities and credit everywhere are going up. And at the same time, you have that sharp rally in commodities, which is implicitly tightening financial conditions. So there's a real risk the market now gets even more worried that you're dealing with a sharper growth slowdown. And I think that's kind of, in the near term, probably going to dominate. Generally, when we look at geopolitical risk, it often creates opportunities to kind of step in, because markets often overprice geopolitical risk because they're worried about escalation. But it's very difficult to say at this point how deep that risk-off can get.
Are we looking at stagflation as a real risk now?
Yeah, no, I mean, definitely that probability will have to be repriced in markets. I think you have that commodities inflation now accelerate. At the same time, there's risk of supply chain disruptions, because Eastern Europe and some of those areas might be embedded in European companies' supply chains. I think you will have that financial conditions tightening, which weighs on growth. You have a corporate confidence shock, which might delay investment. On the positive side, Europe still benefits from the EU's recovery fund, so that means that you have a bit of fiscal stabilizer, which supports growth. But definitely the growth inflation mix is deteriorating a bit in function of that, at least in the near term.
Christian, what is your advice to investors at this point? How do you position in this environment?
Yeah, I mean, we've downgraded credit last week and upgraded cash in our asset allocation to kind of nod towards a slightly less friendly market backdrop, which is not only related to Russia, it's really related to this financial conditions tightening, which we're currently seeing and which is intensifying. And I think we still think that you want to be overweight real assets, so we're overweight commodities and equities, and you kind of want to broadly avoid nominal assets because they can't outperform the portfolio size. Last few days of risk off as well, I think the bond market doesn't have much buffer to give, so you need to look at alternative safe havens to protect the portfolio. So is one way to reduce risk, but we've also looked at gold, safe haven FX, and commodities broadly being a bit of a safe haven currently, because it's at the center of this trouble.
Yeah, 2% move in gold today, Christian, almost 2% move. Do you bring forward your forecast for 2150 on gold?
Yeah, I mean, listen, that forecast is, as always with gold, it has this kind of safe haven characteristic, which would definitely accelerate some of that kind of appreciation. What's really interesting in the last month is, despite the large increase in real yields we've seen in the US, which historically is a key driver of gold, like gold has done really well. It's generally been trending up and obviously spiking now in function of Russia, which tells you that positioning in gold probably has been quite light coming into the year. A lot of people were joking last year that there was a huge inflation spike, but gold was not really an inflation hedge, and it's true. But now you start to see that gold is kind of reasserting itself as a safe haven, and in particular with regards to geopolitical risk.
This morning, and there will be also a meeting tonight of the EU27 heads of state and government after a series of meetings already taking place this morning here in Brussels.
Gary, you're talking there about all these things that the EU countries are trying to do to hold Russia accountable. What do the countries think that what effect this might have?
Well, they know, and they've been discussing it. They know that they will pay a dear price, well, to their own economies. The EU27 have tried to have graduate sanctions in order for each and every member state of the Union to pay the same price when they will apply sanctions to Russia, be it those that are already in place and or those that will be decided tonight, adopted tonight, being decided right now as we speak. And also there are countries, especially those which border the Ukraine, like Romania, Slovakia and Poland, which call for a swift reaction and a very strong reaction from the EU. We know that Poland and Slovenia yesterday asked the EU to decide tonight to grant the Ukraine a candidate status, and the Baltic countries seem to be on the same page because this morning the Lithuanian president said that the Ukraine should be granted candidate status to enter the European Union. We know that NATO is also talking right now. The highest political instance, the Northern Atlantic Council, is talking now. So a series of meetings, a series of preparedness postures. We do not know the outcome, but we'll hear from Jens Stoltenberg, the NATO Secretary General, in about 2 hours now, and he will meet with the European Union just afterwards at the beginning of the afternoon in Brussels. So the Europeans and the allies are trying to get ready to give a common answer to this aggression from Russia towards the Ukraine.
Dave Hall here at the Update Desk. Some sad news to pass along. A longtime local entertainer, the amazing Jonathan, has died after battling heart issues for years. His wife posted a heartfelt tweet saying he died in her arms at home, not in pain. Jonathan, as you may remember, had a residency at Bally's, was world famous for his shocking magic feats, including putting a spike through his tongue and then sucking on his own dangling eyeball. I went to a show years ago and he asked me to stab him in his arm. I thought it was a fake knife. Turns out it wasn't, so he jumped back and called me crazy. Just one of the many things that made Jonathan Jonathan. He was 63 years old.
Hi, Barrett Jones here, record producer. I'm really sad today. I just found out Mark Lanigan has passed, and it's very sad to hear. He's basically the same age as I am, and while I've never got the chance to actually work directly with him, I definitely have met him many times and toured with his bands. When I was with Nirvana, they used to play with us, and every time I've had a conversation with them, he was always the nicest, most genuine, really just lovely guy. And it's really sad to hear another one gone before their time. I don't know what happened. I know that he had a really bad time with COVID a few months ago and was not over the effects of that. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but anyway, it's just really sad. He was a very talented guy, and that's a lot of Seattle singers have left us.
Hey, folks, you want to come see me? I'd like you to come. Los Angeles at Largo on Thursday, March 3rd. San Luis Obispo at the Fremont on Saturday, March 5th. Santa Barbara at the Lobero on Sunday, March 6th. New Haven, Connecticut at College Street on March 9th. Troy, New York at the Music Hall March 10th. Laconia, New Hampshire at the Colonial Theater March 11th. Because we don't do repeats that often. This is the 5th time he's been on the show. It's actually for good reason, people. He directed a new documentary miniseries, We Need to Talk About Cosby, which I watched, and I thought it was great, and I wanted to talk to him about the sort of process of his thinking around it, because he's pretty well inserted in the thing. He's part of it. It's his own questioning in a lot of ways that drives it. And there's some people that have been on the show in the documentary talking about Cosby. Historian Cliff Nesteroff, Chris Spencer, Godfrey. But it's just it's a provocative and it's a very thorough in a certain way. Thorough in the way of the history of Cosby, but also thorough in enabling the survivors to tell their stories. And for you to hear them in a way where they're relatively comfortable and not like on a witness stand or in an uncomfortable situation. And it speaks a lot to give the survivors that much of an outlet to really relax into the trauma and the story. But all in all, it's very provocative and it really is challenging to people that loved Cosby. Squarespace. Squarespace empowers the dreamers, makers, and doers of the web by providing the tools they need to bring their creative ideas to life. On Squarespace's dynamic all-in-one platform, you can build a website, claim a domain, sell online, and market your brand. Squarespace's products combine cutting-edge design and world-class engineering, making it easier than ever to establish your online presence. If you're intimidated by the thought of launching your ideas into the world, Squarespace's templates take out all the guesswork and make it seamless. And once you're out there, you can use Squarespace's analytics to gain powerful insights about your site. If you ever have questions, Squarespace's 24/7 award-winning customer support is there to help. Go check out WTFpod.com to see what a site that's powered by Squarespace is like. The site is exactly how we want it to be, and it's also easy to use and update, all thanks to Squarespace. It's time to turn your dreams into a reality. Head to squarespace.com/WTF for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, use the offer code WTF to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That's squarespace.com/WTF and the code WTF. All right? So I was talking about death and dying and aging. Yes. My dad is, I'm going to go see my dad this weekend out in New Mexico. I'll check in with him while he stays a little or two on land. Still like the was that what it was? Were you festering alone for a year and a half, 2 years?
I mean, I think I've been festering since I first started, quote unquote, making it in show business. Yeah. And every reporter would be like, so who are the comedians you liked growing up? And we're talking about when I sort of broke through. It was like 2012, 2013, right? At a time where it was like you couldn't just say Bill Cosby and keep it moving. Right. And so for me, it was like, as a kid who grew up in Bill Cosby's America and was the perfect age for the Cosby Show, and Bill Cosby himself is the greatest stand-up special for me. I never was a Pryor guy. I was always like, no, that feels closer to me.
Yeah, I guess that makes you like Cosby, kind of.
we'll take that. But yeah, so it was definitely a thing where I was wrestling with it because I'd have to do these interviews with people, and they'd be like, and you'd have to go, how do I say Bill Cosby without sounding like I'm like denying all these accusations?
Right. So okay. So then you decide that you're going to do it and you pitch it.
I mean, it just like I said, it's not like a thing that I was like I went to pitch 9,000 people. It just happened to be the weird thing about if you're in this business long enough, you know, sometimes you end up in the right room at the right time.
Okay.
And so I was talking to the producers from Boardwalk.
Right.
We were having a wide open conversation about comedy docs.
Right.
And the idea came up, well, how would you do a comedy doc about a comedian who fell? Cosby's at the top of that list. And I had always thought, in my own, when I saw Ezra's Made in America, O.J. Simpson, that's how you'd have to do Cosby.
Right, and I talked to that guy.
Yeah.
And I think that that thing was something.
Yeah.
And like,
I mean, I think personally, it's one of my. I've rewatched it several times.
What was it? 4 parts, right?
5 parts, 7.5 hours. Yeah.
And what was it about that thing that you thought was so amazing?
Because first of all, because all of us went in going, why would I want to see a 7.5 hour OJ doc? Like he was not compelling enough as an individual.
Right.
But when you look out at America and go, here's what America was doing at the time, I'm always interested in that. Like I'm always interested in how did America sort of create this circumstance, accelerate this circumstance, and then it also had like a lot of deep dive stuff about LA that I had no knowledge about, like Johnny Cochran's young career, Watts, like stuff that you'd be like, why is he telling me about Watts? Oh, he's not from Watts, and you would go, oh, but this is interesting.
Well, but how much of it was about this idea that he is presented and what? Because it seems to me that with OJ, that the difference between the black and white reaction to the verdict, what was different, and there was a certain amount of like, who cares what the truth is?
Yes.
He's ours, and you can all fuck off.
Or not even he's ours. Who cares what the truth is? He's black. You can all fuck off.
Okay. Well,
I think some of it was ours, but some of it was like
just black. Period.
Just the fact that you couldn't get this black guy.
Right.
You've gotten a lot of us. You can't get this one.
Right. So that and I think in that sense, when you're dealing with Cosby, and I think it was very careful and not careful, but correct of you to say like he wasn't just a black guy.
Mm-hmm.
Cosby was everybody's guy, and that was part of the strange thing about his personality and how he designed it, and also like there comes to a point where it's like, does he even want to be a black guy?
Does he want to be every black guy's black guy? Yeah.
But so what was the original concept for structure?
I mean, I didn't think I would be narrating it. I didn't think it would start on "Hi, my name is" the way it starts on.
Interesting.
I thought it would be sort of like O.J. Simpson. I was really like looking forward to the opportunity to step behind and not be in something. And so it was really like, I'll get to actually just be a director because that's what I want to do.
So you were going to just line up a bunch of guests.
Which is what, like go get all the people who would do it, and also let's remember, Cosby was in prison when I started this, so it was like, I thought, we can have the discussion now, because he's going to either spend the rest of his life in prison, or he's going to get out as a very old man, and so I felt like maybe the time is right for the discussion.
Yeah, we could get away with it behind his back.
I thought he would know about it, but I didn't think, well, let me be clear about this, because some people have asked about this. It's not a conversation with Bill Cosby. It's a conversation about Bill Cosby.
No, I get it, and because but you thought. So how did the booking go? The guest booking?
Well, I mean,
I know you got a lot of Godfrey. I was like, there's Godfrey. It's the best thing that's ever happened to Godfrey.
God for Godfrey. Thank God for Chris Spencer.
But I didn't know Godfrey had
worked
opened for him.
He was part of the CBS Cosby show that was after
He was the warm-up.
He was the warm-up guy. So yeah. So when I found that out, I was like, he's connected. Also, Godfrey is an outspoken comedian, so I know he'll have stuff to say. Yeah, he's not afraid
of. And he can do impressions.
And he can do a good Cosby impression, which we didn't know we would be so excited to have. But then I was like, let's sprinkle that throughout. It's great to hear.
Here's my problem, knowing because I'm a comic, you're a comic, and I'm watching this. There were moments I'm like, good for Godfrey.
Well, I was like, I hope good for Godfrey because he's also experiencing the backlash or blacklash. So
Is there?
yeah, man.
Really?
There are a percentage of black people, percentage of people first of all, but certainly a percentage of black people who either they don't believe the survivors, which is its own problem in my mind, or they believe them, but they sort of do this math of like, it is better to have the good that he did than the bad that he did, so I got to ride with it. Like,
well, I think that was a driving force. It seems from watching it was that, you know, to give the survivors real time, and also for them to have the opportunity to talk about the one thing they all talked about was like, when I heard her, I was like, oh, it wasn't just me. When I heard her, because that's pretty damning when you got 5 or 6 of those.
Yeah.
And I don't think that anybody in one sort of lump or one sort of context has heard any of those survivors go at length, unless you were in the courtroom or wherever those things were.
Or you were their lawyer.
A deposition of some kind.
Yeah.
So, and I thought too that the natural thing, the natural humanization that happens when you can sit there and watch somebody talk or tell a story, and the nuances of those things. Yeah, I found that to be. I don't even want to use the word damning, but because this isn't a trial, but it was sort of like there's no reason any of these women would make any of this shit up.
And especially, a lot of this happened to them 30, 40 years ago. Like, why would you still be riding on a lie like this?
Well, yeah, and a lot of them didn't even want to talk about it.
Didn't want to talk. And to be fair, like, a lot of them were like, the only reason they thought they would talk about it now is because they were like, they believed in, they'd seen my work before, and they're like, well, if anybody can pull this thing off, it's you, is what I was being. Like, so, like, they were like, I'm going to trust you, which is why, even though I often wanted to quit, I was like, I can't do it because these women have trusted me.
But what were they trusting you with? What needed to happen that wasn't happening? I know that you're saying there's backlash, and there's, I think that the worst thing that happened was, once he got put in jail, there was like, okay, that's done with, and also there was an apathy in general after a certain point.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that we were trying to pull off was, and that they had to agree to, because they had to understand, is like, we're not just going to talk about the assaults and the rapes. Yeah. We're going to talk, you're going to be in a thing that also talks about the good he did.
Right, okay.
Which is a very different thing.
You had to present that to them.
This is not Surviving R. Kelly, which is the doc that I was also inspired by for this. It had to be like, look, you have to understand that there are going to be portions of this that are about the good he did or his career in that will come off in a positive way. Yeah. But also, if you want to, you can weigh in on that stuff, which some of them did. So, like, I was pretty blown away that, like, we have, like Lisa Lott Lublin or Lily Bernard, who are both black women, and even Eden Turl, all black women who are all able to talk about, like, this stuff. And so the person we see on screen, they're sort of like, yeah, the Cosby Show was great or whatever, and you don't know that they're also survivors because we don't ID them as survivors at that point. So it was like, you have to, and some of them were like, I'll be in this, but I don't want to talk about any of the good stuff. Fine, fair. But with many of them, we were able to, like, so the audience doesn't even know who they're hearing from until the stories happen.
Now, who were the people, so how many people did you reach out to that were like, we talked before a little bit, before I realized I wasn't recording.
Sure.
That there were a lot of comedians. Like, the idea was like, I can cover his influence on comics by talking to comics.
Yeah, like, I had this idea that, like, because it really, like, a big part of this for me was to really talk about Bill Cosby himself as an important comedy statement. That was, for me, which is why I had a hard time throwing it all away, because, like, I'm still inspired by that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't come to that till later in life.
I know, I remember that, yeah.
Oh, you haven't talked about that? Yeah.
No, I've heard you talk about it.
Yeah, like, I never really dealt with Cosby that much. And, I had the records and stuff, but it wasn't, and I never watched the Cosby Show much. I knew him, and
You were a little bit outside of that for a couple reasons, yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember watching much TV. Maybe it was not my age group. Like, I've seen maybe 4 episodes of Seinfeld, and I'm not being,
No, you were out in the clubs at that point. You weren't trying to, you were home on you were at Thursday nights featuring and headlining. You weren't,
something.
Yeah.
I just didn't watch your regular television, what I got out of it was, you know, oh, you decide. Yes. It's like, you want to sit down and tell your story, you decide what's funny and make it funny.
You want to take your time?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you want to just sort of, you just want to like get there when you get there, and now and think about the audience secondarily to the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, there takes a lot of confidence and sort of focus to do that and deliberate. But I get that. Okay.
So I thought I would have a bunch of different comedians, and there's been articles written of comedians talking about how great it is. So I thought, oh, we'll get the comedians from that article to talk about it, and it was just those they didn't know.
No. And but these are people you know relatively well.
Some of them, I mean, some of them either I know them relatively well, or I know they know who I am because we've interacted on occasions, or people who I've reached out to. You know, some people you're just cold calling, reaching out to. But yeah, it was, and then people who all levels. Like, I want to be clear, like it's not just. It was like, yeah, but it was just people that thought, oh, they'll do it.
So what did they say?
I mean, I think there's a variety of reasons to get here, but it basically what it boiled down to is like, this is too thorny. This is too. There's not like, I don't know how to get in here and get out safely.
Was that surprising to you that it was thorny?
It was surprising to me at first, and then after more people said it, then I was like, oh, I'm the one who didn't get it.
Huh. What do you
mean? I was naive.
Huh.
Like, I came to this too naive to go, oh, no, Cosby's in prison, we can talk about this. And then I realized, oh, I'm one of the select few people who thinks this way.
So there's still, like, and I guess I'm going to keep hammering this, but...
Yeah, please do.
But there's still part of primarily the black community that's protective of his legacy.
I would say the comedian community, like the black community specifically, but I'm talking about comedians of all, like of lots of different racial groups.
Okay, but fine, but I don't quite understand what they think's going to happen to them. That, you know, it doesn't seem like Bill's got a lot of friends that are going to cause any damage. That was the weirdest thing about all of it. It's like, no one's standing up for this guy.
Well, I mean,
show business.
Well, but they're also, I think they're also not coming after him. They're not they're not like standing on top of him either.
That's right.
Yeah, they're like, they're sort of.
He made a lot of people a lot of money.
He did, and also it's just easier to go like, oh, that thing happened, and it doesn't come up in your regular conversations because nobody wants to talk about it.
Yeah, but the one thing that you weren't really able to get at was that, as we have learned over time, is that none of this kind of shit happens in a vacuum.
Well, yeah.
So, but no one was willing to say like, oh yeah, you know, everyone knew. There was I don't remember in the documentary, you know, people talked about that assistant who was a facilitator.
Yeah.
But that's it, man. And you know, and you've got to assume that more than him knew what was going on.
Well, I think that's the thing we got to over on the Cosby Show. That it was like, I think a lot of this was sort of infidelity, which I think you know, and
the fuck around.
Yeah. So and who are you gonna be mad at? You're mad at that guy for fucking around. Like, you just look around. Yeah. So I think a lot of it, and I think that helps cover up a lot. I think framing it as like just like covering it up as the casting couch with Weinstein covers up a lot. Like, oh, this is the thing we do here. Everybody's in on it. You don't understand that, like, no, many of these people don't want to be in that room.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of it is that.
It must have been creepy, dude.
I mean, that's
to a certain point.
I mean, when Joseph C. Phillips, who was in the Cosby Show, and Lily Bernard, who was one of the survivors, talks about the parade of women after the rehearsal. A parade of women would just parade to the green room and just sort of line up outside of his, not the green room, outside of his dressing room, and one at a time go in. And just sort of like they would close the door, and I think one of the Stephen Watkins, one of the stage managers, says his door was always open except for them. And then you hear Lily Bernard's story about being sort of escorted into his dressing room, and he sort of, grabs her, and she sort of just doesn't know what to make of it. You imagine how many times did that happen, and how many times did that person not get out the way that she did.
All right, so you finally start seeing, you know, who's gonna, you know, show up for you.
Yeah.
And you know, it's Godfrey. It's Godfrey Spencer,
yep.
Wayne Fetterman as a historian.
Wayne Fetterman, believe me, Wayne Fetterman.
As a historian.
Great. Thanks, Wayne.
And then Cliff, who, you know, I talked to.
Who I learned about through you.
Cliff Nestroff. Now, okay, so these are some of your guys.
These are the comedy people.
Right. So once you start in on this thing, you know, how do you outline it? Where do you start?
I mean, it very clearly from the first meeting that we had about it, it was like we knew we sort of, even though you don't want to do things chronologically, it just sort of felt like his career is so massive that you have.
You gotta lay it out.
You gotta lay it out. And then you can jump around within the chronology, which we do a little bit.
Well, that was kind of genius, where you had either actual photographs of the women or these suggestive sort of avatars, silhouettes.
Yeah.
You know, that you fit into a timeline.
Yeah.
So you can kind of see like when it accelerated, when it was, you know, at his most predatory, and you know, how many women were involved. Because like those numbers are there, they're available, they're
yes.
You know, and it's pretty prolific.
You don't ever see it laid out. Right. And you sort of go, it's been more than 60, and that just sort of number just sort of sits out there. But to look at it in a graphic, in which we decided at the end, I was like, we have to see something that really puts it all together.
And also, like, the weird thing is like, you know, when you see numbers on their own, and you just think Cosby 60, 70, it's like, how is that even possible? It's like, it's possible.
Yeah.
How long does that shit take? Well, you're talking 1 night, 1 hour in a life.
Yeah, and you're also talking about the fact, I don't think we all realize it went back so far in his career.
Right, but like, it's like, you know, like, if you're doing that and you're out and you're in environments where that can happen, and there's 365 days in a year, 60 is even like, it's not that big a number, man.
Well, as Renee Graham says, if it's 60 who come forward, it's probably more.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
So, okay, so you start chronologically, and what are the first, sort of, as the guy who you present yourself at the beginning of this thing, is like, look, man, I loved Cosby, we all loved Cosby, America loved Cosby, look at his amazing career, he's the first black guy to be this black guy, he's the first black guy to be that black guy.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, we all loved him, and the white people were starting to love him, this guy was amazing. At what point during the process of unfolding this stuff, or unpacking it, and then presenting yourself as the guy who's like, I'm wrestling with how to contextualize or recontextualize Cosby in my heart and in my mind.
Yeah.
So what were the first obstacles? Like, where were you? You were like, oh fuck, what am I doing?
Oh well, okay. So for the first obstacles was realizing, like, okay, I'm not gonna have A-list comedians or lots of comedians in this. I'm not gonna have a lot of people who worked with him. And I had conversations with people with comedians who worked with him. You're not gonna have a poster with a bunch of famous people's names on it to sort of go, look at all these people who showed up for this. And then a pandemic hit in the middle of all this. So we like the challenge of like, how do we still make this? The idea was we were going to fly around the country to a bunch of survivors. We're going to spend a lot of time in Philly. How do we do that now that the whole world is shut down? And so I think those two challenges in particular were the ones of like, and then like, will we get enough survivors to show up? The survivors ended up, and that was through my producer Geraldine and Katie King and Kelly Rafferty, that they like really, the survivors were actually ended up being the easiest people to recruit. We didn't get all 60, we didn't expect to, but we got enough from different eras that it felt like we could build out the picture.
Are there are all those 60 names out?
Some of them are Jane Doe, but I would say most of them, as I understand it, are out there. Yeah, and I think we were also trying to be careful to like, but some of these people came forward and then just never came forward, like said their piece and haven't gone out and done a lot. So we didn't want to be like, go look these people up, you know. So you can go find them, but we don't want them to feel like we're bringing it, because they all talk about the negative attention they get from it. And so some of them have really said, I don't give a shit, I'm going to be out here and do activism based on this.
Yeah.
But a lot of them, I think, were like, I said what I said, and I'm not saying it. I'm not going to take the heat anymore.
Yeah, that's not going to be my life.
I'm not going to be defined by that.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Yeah.
So the obstacles were the pandemic, you know, the not getting support or contribution from major names in show business, and then but what makes you go on? Because like when you talk about the OJ doc,
they almost everybody.
Well, yeah, but you're also talking about the a kind of a reframing of the story in a way where you're forced to, as an individual, of any color, to reckon with, what is really the ethics, right? So I took it when we said we need to talk about Cosby, that in some ways it was a direct appeal to the black community to sort of like, what are we doing?
Well, I think it's a direct appeal to people who, specifically black community, because it's very clear that there's pieces of this doc that are about black folks, and I'm talking to black people directly. But it's also like, again, he was America's dad. So all of us who grew up in that era and sort of took him in as our dad, or people older than me who just sort of like, that's my guy, right? That we need to all talk about Cosby.
Okay, I guess, and as I'm saying it over and over again, I'm realizing, well, maybe I'm being, like, because I don't, like, we are looking to, like, not just the comic community, but, like, white people are looking to, like, what are you black people going to do about it? How we...
That's not, and it's not just our problem.
No, I know that.
Yeah,
but it's a natural thing. Like, what is the reaction? Because, like, but it seems that media will always go that way. Because what is it? How do you generalize the white reaction to Cosby?
I mean, I think that the levels of reaction are just different. So I think, like, this is what I'm saying. You could find me a very famous white comedian who, of the right age. So we're not talking about somebody young, but we're talking about somebody who is a famous white comedian who exists in the world, and go, do you want to talk about Bill Cosby? And that guy's going to say no, because he's also under the umbrella of Bill Cosby. So for me, when you said that we need to talk about Cosby, for me it was this thing where, like, I feel like these conversations are happening either not at all, or they're happening in segments, and I feel like there's value in having the whole conversation. Now, for some people, they don't want to have the whole conversation. Well, luckily there's other programming for you. But I really felt like there is a percentage of people, a large percentage of people who are like, I haven't been able to have this conversation or figure out how to have this conversation. And embedded in this to me is like empathy for survivors and help. How do we change the structures so that this doesn't happen again? Because it's not like the industry, despite what we think would happen during Me Too, things haven't flipped in a whole new way. The industry hasn't been rebuilt.
So in terms of, is there a way for the two, for the two realities or experiences of Cosby, pre, revelation and post, acceptance of said revelation, to still have a place for this guy that can exist in those two worlds? I mean, that's the question.
Well, for me, it's not even a question, because I can't remove Cosby from my cultural black man DNA. I can't remove the good stuff. Sure. I'm not gonna think about all the good things I got from watching the Cosby Show. I can't do that. So, but I think there would be this idea that, like, well, now that he's done this, you have to do that. And it's like, it's not possible. So how do you then live with it, is the question.
And did you realize that was a question that you were seeking to answer before you made the doc? Or did that sort of evolve?
I mean, it started on the whole, I think it started on the art versus artist thing, and then once we got into it, it was like, that sort of felt like, low-hanging fruit, and really it became about, like, how do we stop this from happening? How do we create more safety here? How do we believe survivors sooner?
So that whole argument sort of exists in the world. It's not even an argument. It's like, either you're going to be able to still appreciate the person that turns out to be horrible because they did some amazing stuff, and you're going to be able to separate it. Whether in terms of retrospect, the amazing stuff they did still has any credit to it, who knows, right? So you're dealing with that. I mean, even on some level, there have been people trying to kind of like, Martin Luther King to some people gets a little murky.
Well, yeah. I mean, he was a human being.
Sure, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not, to be clear, not as murky as Cosby.
No, but it's not murky. It's a human being's one thing. Sort of like, the road's the road.
Yeah.
But a rapist is a rapist.
Yeah. No. And I want to be clear. I don't want anybody to listen to think but Martin Luther King was a man. He was a man, and he was a popular man who was apparently on the road as popular men are.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's different. I mean,
For sure. We've tried to be clear though that like we're not making this doc if it's about infidelity.
Right. No, this is about a sociopath and a predator and a rapist, right? So
it's about consent. It's about It's about not respecting consent and infidelity.
That's diplomatic.
Yeah. But I'm saying infidelity. If infidelity implies consent, this is
right. It's hard to ask for consent when someone's unconscious. But okay. So when you're laying out the history of Cosby, because this is stuff that pre-existed your life and my life. You know, we were young. You know, and whenever he makes his first break, that was like 62,
62, 63 is when he starts to get on late night TV.
So yeah, that's when I'm born, and you're not even an idea yet.
Nope. Parents haven't met yet.
So this is something you've got to look at in that editing room. You know, as you're building this thing, it's sort of like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
You know, and then sort of make the connection.
Not even the editing room. On my computer in my house with files being mailed to me because there's no because of the pandemic.
Right, but like the just sort of like, you know, the history of Black America alongside of what he's doing, because there's a way to approach that critically as well. In that, you know, some people spoke to it. I don't remember the woman's name, about that he wasn't addressing it, but ultimately his existence is addressing it.
Yes.
And then after that, his actions are very progressive in the name of the community.
Well, and also that's the thing. I mean, the first story that made me sort of feel like somebody's got to tell this story, and this is where before I thought I would ever get the opportunity, was in the wave of all the accusers coming forward, the survivors coming forward. I read an article about this woman named Noni Robinson, who's a film director, who's directing a film about the history of Black stunt performers and how.
That was an interesting sideline, huh?
Yeah, to me, that's where this starts.
Yeah.
As of like, because a lot of this can be boiled down to whether I don't want it to be about do you think Cosby's funny. It's not about that. It's about what do you think about his career.
Right.
And he specifically, when he got I Spy, he saw that they were using a white stunt performer to do his stunts, in blackface, legitimate blackface, painting his arms black and everything. And he said, I refuse to be on this show unless you get me a black stunt performer. And the people in the stunt industry, the black stunt performers say that's the moment things changed.
Yeah.
It wasn't about like, oh, that was a piece of the thing. That's the moment things changed. And so for me, it was like, okay, that's bigger than whether or not people think he's funny. That's actually a part of our history. And she had a documentary that eventually is going to come out now, I guess, but like that she couldn't figure out what to do with because she'd interviewed Bill Cosby for 2 hours. And felt like she couldn't use that interview now because of all the stories of the accusers. And so it was like...
Where's she at with that?
It's apparent. I think because of our film, she feels like she can figure it out. So it will come out because I think it's an important
story. But that's the point where it's like Bill Cosby gets black people jobs.
And didn't go take credit for it, didn't get a headline for it. Nobody, I've talked to many
white people did.
Yeah, exactly. But also you would think in the mid-60s you might be a black guy who wants to get some good press.
A champion of
and he didn't do it. And this is, you know, so I think that was just, and to me I'm like, people who don't know this story, and this is an important story about black history.
Right.
And also he did these other things, but we can't let that story go.
But that was sort of an interesting kind of like coincidental sidebar. You know, like you were like, wow, how'd we get here? And you find that woman who's got this other issue with Cosby.
Yeah.
So, all right, so you're moving through this stuff.
And that's what I learned from Ezra's piece, like can you take sidebars and get back to the main road?
Sure, and can you put somebody into a historical perspective and it doesn't overwhelm, you know, the
fact that we're talking about
the balance you're trying to maintain.
Yeah, I was always thinking about, like, I would say to the editors and the producers, we always have to remind people that another shoe is eventually going to drop. We can't make people think that, like, they tricked them into watching a different documentary.
But you, like, present, you know, the stunt thing, you know, his becoming a leading man, his becoming, definitely the black-white line was, you know, it went away for him to a degree.
Yeah.
And all the stuff with Poitier, and then, like, then at some point, you start to drop the timeline in.
Yeah.
When did this other thing start happening?
Yeah.
Or also you said, I remember what I was going to say, is that he really started to build his family life.
Yeah.
That he built this family life.
Yeah, and publicly built this thing, so yeah.
Well, that was the other thing, is that there was that subtextual argument of the portrait of a sociopath, which is like, what was you know, compartmentalizing and just him, you know, what was this all a front to facilitate his base intention? That's a hard argument to make, but you definitely posit that as a psychological assessment.
Well, I think Jelani Cobb puts it best. He's like, there people want to make this Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, but there's an argument that it's all Mr. Hyde. And I don't think we can, I really was like, I'm not going to try to answer that question because I'm not in the position to do that. This isn't that level of, this isn't true crime. It's more like, how do we deal with all these pieces? And I just want to have the audience go, let's just sort of sift through this stuff. And let's see where we come out on the other side, and we don't have to come out in the same place as long as we agree that these things happened. I don't think anybody is necessarily capable. I'm not capable of diagnosing him.
Well, no, right. Yeah, there's people that are capable.
There actually no, I'm not. But I just feel like as the person who's making this, there's lots of arguments that are presented in here.
Right, but I guess, you know, in that sense, you know, like with psychological assessment or framing it, you know, as all a sham, you know, what precedent is set for assessing, you know, people in general and artists in general and people, you know what I mean? It's like, is it better just to say like, well, you know, he had this mentally ill problem, but do you need to say that, you know, Dr. Huxtable was just all, you know, that was just so he could rape people?
Well, I mean, this is where we start to dig through what we call the breadcrumbs of like, isn't this strange that he could have any job on the Cosby Show that he wanted to have?
Okay, yeah.
like just where you go.
Gynecology.
The OBGYN.
Yeah.
And where's his? I mean, and to me, I'm not. And where's his office? It's TV. It could be anywhere. In the basement of his house. It's just to me, or it's like, okay, one Spanish Fly joke in the 1960s. Hey, swinging 60s. What's family friendly is different.
Yeah.
But on Larry King, when we've all seen that clip, he makes the joke about Spanish Fly. He's an older man at this point. He's still telling this joke. You think he would have aged out of this joke. And then what we found out during the series is that he was there promoting a book called Childhood that has like several mentions of Spanish Fly in the book. You're like, this is just a lot, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's not, like, to me, it's like, that's why I think when you start to dig through and find these breadcrumbs, you start to go like, this doesn't, what is it? Is it like that because you're doing these bad things that they just sort of leak out of you because you can't stop them? Or is it because Cliff at one point says he's a narcissist?
Yeah.
And I don't go, that's right, he's a narcissist, but I feel like Cliff is like saying, this is what I see from this perspective, because if I do it, it's not bad. And you go, well, that's one side of it. And then Jelani Cobb says, maybe it's all Mr. Hyde, maybe it's all maybe you know you're evil and you're sort of doing all of this manipulatively. I don't know what the answer is there, but I do know that all of this exists.
That's true, and maybe I'm being a little too critical of that assessment because, like, you know, entertainers, they're not, you know, really known for moral integrity in general, and
But they're not also, but Mark, I would say you don't claim to be a moral authority, and we have a man here who claims to be a moral authority.
Well, that's the next twist, right?
Yeah.
Is that like, this evolves into this other thing.
Like, we all sort of accept, and I'm not in any way indicting, I'm not saying anything about, but we all accept that Richard Pryor was probably not the greatest dude. You know what I mean?
Of course, but
yeah.
like, was that,
but because
he's the first to tell you.
But that's the difference right there, is that Richard Pryor sort of owns his, like, I'm not the greatest dude. And I've told you about I'm not the greatest dude, and I shot
How many times do I got to tell you?
Exactly. And so we sort of have room for him in ways that we might not if he was also saying I'm the greatest dude.
Yeah.
Whereas with this Cosby story, that's why I think it gets into this sort of like, well, what's really going on here? Because it's the dude who told us he was the greatest dude, and told us he wanted us to be the greatest people.
And then you made you realize that there's no way you can be great.
And then when you say there's women who claim that he assaulted them on the set of his show, on the set of his children's TV show Picture Pages.
Oh my God.
That's exactly it right there. Oh my God. Like, it's just like, how does all this live in my head? And to me, I always thought of this doc as like, once we got into it, once Showtime was like, there was just sort of the idea of like, okay, there's not all these famous comedians in it, all these people couldn't directly connect to him.
Yeah.
Then it was like, then Kamau, you have to be in this.
Right.
And so I was like, do I? And I talked to my wife, Melissa, and she's like, yeah, you do, because otherwise it's not going to hang together. So I sort of, the most nervous I think I've recorded for VO in my life was when I sat in my wife's closet, was the VO booth going, my name's W. Kamau Bell, and I'm a child of Bill Cosby. Because I was like, I'm gonna be at the top of this thing. Like, I didn't think I was gonna be at the top of this thing. I was like, I'm aiming it all at me now.
Yeah.
But ultimately, the thing that I sort of really want the doc to be is like, this is a bunch of smart people who have thought this through, who are sensitive and empathetic, because I don't want people who are not. And if you have a Bill Cosby conversation, these are all different versions of the Bill Cosby conversation.
Yeah, I think like a lot of people, you could actually see some, I don't remember exactly who they were, but there was a sense of inner struggle.
Yeah, because a lot of them are black people around my age, like, so that they have gone through it in the same way that I've gone through it.
Right,
Yeah.
and you know, but they did come out on the side of like, damn.
Well, which to me is like, again, that's, if you don't come out on the side of damn, I don't know how to bring you into this conversation.
Now, how was it in terms of how many survivors are in it that you spoke to for like what seemed to be?
So there's in the first episode, Victoria Valentino is like the main survivor. Then in the second episode, there's Patricia Steyer, Janice, Linda. In the third episode, it's Lily and Eden Turl, and also Lisa Loveland, and and then there's other survivors we talked to in the timeline. So there's probably, but those are the major ones.
And how did you handle those interviews? I mean, what was were you nervous?
Yeah, the very first interview we did was with Victoria Valentino, was in the first episode.
Yeah.
And we were all like, and that was actually in person. A lot of these interviews were not, because I was in my house. But so we were all, the whole crew was like really like up on our toes, just sort of like, she's gonna be here in a minute. Everybody ready? Like, sort of like, dudes, act right. You know what I mean? Like, sort of like, and they were all cool. But it was just like, okay, when she comes in, we don't know how she's gonna be. Give her a space. We set up a green room for her. We bought her flowers. We did, like, it was very much like, let her tell us what to do. Let's take the keys. And Victoria walked in like, hey, everybody. Like, it was just like, she's giving hugs to everybody. She gave me a copy of her Playboy magazine. Like, you know, she asked me questions about United Shades. She was like, all of us relaxed.
Okay.
And then we sat her down, and then when we sat down on the couch, I was always very clear that before we get into anything with Bill Cosby, where are you from? What do you do? What's your life like? What was it like growing up?
Yeah.
And then the more and this is what I've learned from United Shades, the more you do that, then by the time you get to the thing, people are actually more open to the conversation.
Yeah, because it isn't just a thing in another thing in the conversation.
You're just and they know you're building to it instead of like being nervous at the beginning of the conversation. And then what happened is inside of that, we got stories that we didn't know we were going to get because we just took more time. And so that conversation was over 2 hours, the first one. And we didn't know, my producer who talked to her, Geraldine, didn't know that her son had died so close before she met Bill Cosby. That came up in the conversation. And
horrible.
Yeah, and then we also, all that stuff, I wanted to get all this stuff about Playboy from her because she'd been a Playmate and a part of the Playboy clubs. And I was like, oh, we can actually use this stuff in the stuff we talk about the Playboy and Hefner. So, but you just sort of like get all this extra stuff that I was really clear on. I want these women as much as possible to appear for the first time not connected to Bill Cosby.
Yeah.
So you just go, this is just a voice. Oh, she's an expert. She worked at Playboy, you know.
Yeah, a further story, yeah.
Yeah, by the time we got that Victoria one, and then the rest, most of them were done, Lisa's was not, but most of them were done over Zoom, and it was just, you sort of like, am I going to be able to get that level of intimacy over Zoom? And it's weird, but we did. I mean, you've done it here with the podcast.
Yeah,
so
you can.
You do. You just sort of like, everybody's aware it's Zoom, and you sort of make jokes about Zoom, and you say, oops, I'm muted, and you sort of like, just sort of like, you know, go into it.
You stay focused, and if there's not other people in the room and stuff, you can kind of hold it.
And everybody knows what they're there for, so and we were very clear by the end, like, because we had to hire a lot of, like, day players to do just because it was COVID, we couldn't get the same people, and you just make sure everybody comes to the door, knows what they're there for, and knows how to be as invisible as possible, and, you know, but like I interviewed like Gloria Hendry, who was the first black Bond girl, and she was just having a great time.
Yeah, she's great.
And she stood up and did the thing where she like nobody asked her to. She just stood up and did the thing where she bent over at the table.
Yeah, it's the Playboy thing.
And there was like a boom operator in the back, and they're like, "Oh, we should ever do it again." And I was like, I don't care at all. Just let these people be.
Yeah.
My whole style of interviewing for Nation is just let these people be. Don't try to manage them into an answer.
Yeah.
And so all the survivors, like, by the time they decided to show up, it was just clear that they had already done the work to be there.
Sure, and they had grounded themselves and done whatever mental
And they've done enough of these things where they sort of like, the more comfortable, the more you make it clear that you're not here just for the sad part, the more they relax.
So, like, when Cosby takes that turn, like, and I don't know the timeline of Cosby, but, you know, when he made that speech,
Pound Cake speech,
the Pound Cake
2004.
speech, yeah, that, changed, everybody's mind about him.
Lots of people's, yeah.
Yeah, like what? So by the time, Hannibal, somehow dumps this into the world in a way that resonates.
2014. I mean, this is funny because when Cosby does the Pound Cake speech, me, like a lot of black people my age.
What year was that?
2004.
Oh, wow.
Which was the same year that Andrew Constand came forward and said that he had raped her. So it's like all of this is happening simultaneously, but generally most of us are looking at the Pound Cake speech and not really paying attention to this Andrew Constand.
Yeah.
So when he does the Pound Cake speech, I remember Kevin Avery, we were both like, oh, this is such a bummer. Like, it just felt like, oh man, like, we know a lot of older black people who get conservative, but you're like, not Cosby. And it felt so mean. Like, it didn't feel like tough love.
Yeah, because
it felt like
the guy that you established throughout the documentary as being the guy that is concerned with educating and is an educator
and believes in all of us, not just the ones of us who are doing well.
Right. And then all of a sudden he turns into this.
He turns into as he went from being America's dad to Black America's angry grandfather, and like making fun of the ways in which black people name their kids, and one of the names he uses to make fun of them is Muhammad. You're like, that name? Like, of all the names to like choose to like and so it just felt out of touch. It felt like a dude who was super rich and was almost bitter about the fact that, didn't I tell you all how to get super rich?
Yeah.
And you're not all super rich.
There's a bit of that going around these days.
Yeah, it is. I think it's more of that than we realize. Yeah. I told you how to get super rich, and I told you how to rise out of your poverty, and you didn't do it, and now I'm mad at you. And it sort of sucks because there was a significant portion of the black community. When you listen to those clips from the Pound Cake speech, there's black people audience cheering and clapping. So it's like, it's not just it's not just that Cosby made all black people mad. He sort of created a rift in the black community for the first time in his career.
Right, but also that was the same sort of rift that Chris Rock artfully.
Very much.
Sure.
And it's funny because I did a documentary about Chris Rock, and we talk about black people versus that bit.
Yeah.
And man, I don't even want to say it because now Rogan's ruined the N-word. But the idea being that, like,
oh no, you mean you guys got to take the N-word back?
We got to take it back.
Again?
He's ruined it for me. I'm not saying he's ruined it for all of us, but the idea being that, like, Chris, and he says in the doc that I did with him, I'm of that community. So when I'm criticizing it, they know I'm a hip-hop guy. I'm not a guy who's
so he's not coming at it.
He's not coming at it from an outside. Like, Cosby does not live in the community anymore.
Man.
No.
Right.
And Chris would even admit, like, he wouldn't do that bit now because he's a different guy. But when he did it, he was a dude who was in Brooklyn a lot, and people saw him around, so he wasn't a dude who was, and he was also very much tied into hip-hop artists that are doing the same thing in there. So, whereas Cosby, it was like, it came out of nowhere. It came from, like, every time we'd seen him at that point, he was telling us how to do better and that we could do better, and it felt like he was reaching his hand out to us. And that was and also, the other thing I think is so critical, he wasn't turning on all parents in America who were doing poorly. He was turning on black moms.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like he was like, a lot of you parents out here are mecking up. He was at the NAACP turning on generally black moms who were struggling and their kids.
And that was sort of like, the big, what would you call it, disappointment?
Yeah, it was like a seismic shift, but in sort of like how we saw Cosby. But I saw Cosby do stand-up twice after that, because when you saw him do stand-up, he wasn't doing that. Like, me and Avery went and saw him.
So again, you have to accommodate these different sides of Cosby.
We were, and this is what I think Hannibal did so well, is that we were allowed to, because of the media landscape, and we're not on Twitter, and social media is not telling us what to, like what, you're allowed to sort of go, okay, I'm going to see this Cosby. I'm not thinking about the Cosby who has these rape allegations. I'm not thinking about the Cosby who's doing pound cake speech. I'm just going to spend 2 hours with this guy talking about his grandkids and his wife and the remote control, which is what I did at the Paramount Theater in Oakland.
How was that?
It was great. He closed on the dentist, and everybody laughed like we'd never heard him before. Like, he literally at the end of at the end of his bit, he just went, "The dentist," and we all went, "Yay!"
Wow, he knew his shtick.
Yeah, and then Hannibal goes, "No, you're not allowed to do that anymore. You're not allowed to think about these things separately." Not that he
that didn't like when I heard that stuff, or when it finally got to me, I was surprised. I didn't know anything. And first, why do you think at that moment it picked up?
I mean, I had heard because by 2004, Andrea Constand's case had been around. There had been other women who had come forward. So, like, I definitely was one of the people who was like, yeah, I don't know why I haven't been able to put these things, I don't know why, I'm sorry, I haven't been able to put these things in one place in my head.
Yeah.
I think it was like, it's just the perfect storm. Hannibal, he's a black comedian. He's in Philadelphia. YouTube is a thing now.
Yeah.
Cell phones can now get video footage.
Yeah.
The person who got the video footage was also a journalist. It was just like the perfect storm of like, it couldn't have happened any other way. If there's no cell phone footage of it, maybe the story gets out, but it doesn't play the same.
Did Cosby ever comment on Hannibal?
He has generally commented through publicists, but I don't remember him.
Well, there's that one weird bit when the art collection was being shown.
Yes.
Wasn't he asked about Hannibal?
He was asked about, yes, he was at him and Camille, so like there's this period of time when Hannibal does his bit, and then, but it's before the accusations start coming forward in mass. There's like a few weeks in there, and so Cosby and Camille were hanging their art up at a museum, I think in Philly, but or maybe in D.C. They're giving their art collection to the Smithsonian, I think, or lending it to them. And we tried to talk to them again. Bill Cosby, and again, nobody's thinking pound cake. It's just America's dad is here, and we're all
with his art,
and his wonderful art, and they're talking about it, and they're smiling, and there's all this footage of them smiling together, and journalists smiling with them. And I remember hearing on NPR. Scott Simon he's talking about the art, and he goes, "Mr. Cosby, before I let you go, I have to ask you something." And we have footage in the thing of not of Scott Simon, but an AP reporter doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, before I let you go, I have to ask you something. And it's about, there's a comedian, and I don't think the guy at NPR, that we have in the piece doesn't even get Hannibal's name out of the thing.
No.
Like, there's a comedian who did, and Cosby's just like, no, we don't talk about that.
Yeah.
Which is one thing to say. But then, he then tells the guy to scuttle it. The word he uses, scuttle it. Don't use this bit.
Where's your man? Where's the producer?
Where's your person? Yeah, and then he does the thing over. He goes, "Huh?" to somebody who clearly said nothing. And they're like, "What? We need to talk to this person immediately."
Yeah.
And you can
but
feel.
He barely changed his tone, but his intensity, and just Camille sitting there, I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
What kind of like gaslighting, insanity? You know, like like what does she know? What she doesn't? You know, Judd Apatow did the most amazing joke about that. Did you hear him do it?
Yeah.
Camille, do you like your life? It was like I'll forever, whatever judgments you have of Judd as a comic.
Yeah.
That joke is like. He's good with me.
And you know what? That's one of those jokes that, like, probably need to be done by a white guy. Like, I don't know that a black guy can get away with that joke. Like, it's like one of those...
how does she not know? Is he hiding newspaper? You know, like...
I mean, we have a little section in the doc where I asked everybody who was like, did you know his family? Did you see his family? And there's just a very consistent... Between the people I talked to, like, she was never around. So whatever their deal is, I think she knew when to not be around. And then he would use her to survivors, like, you have to go, Camille's on her way. Like, there's a sense of, like, they understood that Camille meant I have to leave.
Yeah, but that probably wasn't even true.
I'm sure. I mean, yeah,
Get out.
I don't think that's a real sense of like. I think he's just, he's doing whatever it takes to get this person out of his house.
Right. So
So that this is the thing I did not know until we started doing the doc, that Cosby had a history of bullying reporters, and calling reporters and demanding retractions and threatening people's jobs, even though he didn't have the ability to threaten their job. And Mark Lamont Hill tells a story. He's a professor at Temple about how Cosby called.
That guy was good.
Yeah, Mark's great. He's an underrated resource.
So is that woman, the other actor.
Kierna Mayo.
Wow.
Yeah, no, that's what at some point I was like, I don't know if Showtime is going to be famous people, but we have good conversations in here.
Oh, yeah.
And we have people who speak well.
And thinkers.
And big thinkers, and people who are clearly wrestling with it while I talk to them. And once Showtime was down, once they said, well, they were always supportive, but once they were down, once they saw it, and they let us do the Survivors sort of without extra music, without archival, without recreation. They just let the women talk. It was like, well, I know we have something here.
All right, so you do all this, and you get these amazing, like this sort of respect and time given to the survivors, and to all types of people trying and wrestling and assessing it, both from a female point of view, a male point of view, all of that.
Yeah.
All fluid point of view.
Yeah.
But when you're doing this, he's in jail.
Yeah.
So on some level, these people are speaking from a place where a certain amount of justice has been doled out.
Yeah.
Justice has been served.
Yeah.
And then, before you finish it, he gets out.
Yeah.
On a technicality, right?
I mean, I just want to be clear. Lawyers say it's not a technicality, but it is the way that the most of us who are not lawyers understand it as a technicality.
Right.
Lawyers say it's like, the truth is that he struck a deal with one DA.
Yeah.
DA. That deal, the next DA came in and basically was like, I'm going to put Bill Cosby in prison, so he violates the deal. And then a new person comes in who goes, no, now I'm going to go back to the original deal, so he's got to get out of prison. So it was like, the part that is ridiculous.
Do you think power afforded him that?
Yeah, I think the power 100%. Like, first of all, the deal is involving the Andrea Constand case, and the deal was, if you do this deposition about her case, you can say whatever you want to say, and we won't prosecute you, which is not a deal that a person without power gets.
Yeah.
That's not a deal.
What's the point of that?
Because they were trying to wrap up Andrea Constand's case, and that was how they figured out to do it. You come in here and tell us what happened. You tell us, you answer our questions, and then we will be able to wrap up Andrea Constand's case, and then you can go on and live your life.
Huh.
And so that was Andrea Constand had a civil case against him, but it was like the idea being that, like, do this. And so he did it, and that's where he says in the deposition, I mean, there's a couple things he says. One, he admits to giving women quaaludes for sex, but you can read that as like they want to have sex or not.
It's a party, man.
But the thing he says that the doc lands on that I didn't know until I did the doc was about the fact that when he was with Andrea Constand and she is drugged, he says he's sort of approaching her, however you want to put it. He says, I enter the space between permission and rejection, and I'm not stopped. And as far as I'm concerned, I was like, that's the game. That's not a thing.
Yeah.
There's no space between permission and rejection, especially if you've drugged somebody already.
Yeah.
So that, for me, it's like that's him admitting to his what he does. And I don't think a lot of people had heard that way before.
Yeah.
And so that to me was like, I know a lot of people focus on the first part, but I want to focus on the second part. But yes. And then he gets out. So Kierna Mayo, Michael Cord, who's a Philly lawyer, and we did a second interview with Mark Lamont that we did after he got out of prison.
What was your feeling then? Like, what happened for you when that happened? Because you were like nearing the end of the work, right?
Yeah, we thought we were like our last day of filming, and we thought like, we were in Philly.
Yeah.
And none of us, there was no sense that this might happen. We didn't go to Philly because we thought it would happen. And I got a text message from a mutual friend of ours who's a comedian.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, well, I can tell you later because he does. But, and he was like, your doc just got more interesting. And I was like, and I was in the bathroom. I ran out of the bathroom like, everybody, I have news. But of course, everybody was on their phone. And I was like, I don't know what this is anymore. Is it done?
Yeah.
And because there are Cosby docs out there that have gotten to a place. There's one I know that I heard that is finished, but it just stopped. But it's just sitting on a shelf somewhere.
Huh.
So I was like, maybe this is what happens. Maybe it's done. Also, maybe it should be done because maybe it's not gonna. Maybe this is really not a good idea for me to do this anymore.
So you thought like you had nothing?
Well, I just thought that the story was too complicated and also too charged now that he was out. Like, maybe legally we can't do it. I don't know what any, like, especially the case, we had just heard he was out of prison, but he wasn't exonerated, which I didn't understand at that moment. Like, maybe we can't say it. Maybe you have to put alleged before everything was.
But he wasn't exonerated.
No, he wasn't exonerated. It was just about the deal being violated. The deal for him to say whatever he wanted to say in the deposition. It wasn't about his guilt or innocence.
Huh. Did you try to reach out to him?
No. There was a lot of talk. We talked about it.
Yeah.
But one, it was always about the conversation around Bill Cosby, not a conversation with Bill Cosby. There was plenty of Bill Cosby footage in there. He's never wavered from what he says he's completely innocent. I don't believe that, and I don't think I can have a real. I can't have a conversation about his career.
No.
And
it would have to be pointed.
All the women who were invited in.
You're going to do that to them?
No, I'm not going to do that.
And go, I didn't do it?
Yeah, and have them go, I know I told you that he wasn't going to be in it, but now that he's out.
Yeah, and guess what? He says he didn't do it.
Yeah, and you know, he also said that he named you by name and da-da-da, and there's a lawyer there. And to me, it was just like, that's not what this is.
Exactly. So after that happens, so you're sort of left with, you know, everything you've done. You've got 4 hours of this that you put together, and what you're really left with is, I still have to figure out what I do with this, these two sides of this guy.
You'll appreciate this sort of version of it. I thought of it as as I started saying this out loud, this is like that TV show Chopped. These are the ingredients I have.
Yeah.
I have to make them into something.
Well, do you think that, you know, because like now that we're talking about it, it feels to me that culturally there is a verdict. And that for the most part, you know, people believe it.
But yeah, I would say that, I mean, you know, yes, that there's a large percentage of people who believe the survivors, but they haven't, but I think the doc, if they watch it, makes them dig into it and believe in a different way.
Yeah, and also, but you know, I think that one thing that it may address that isn't really spoken is that, you know, all the people that loved him, you know, there's a shame equation to it. There's a shame equation to continuing to love him in light of it. That you know, it's a hard reckoning for an individual, even if it's not that important or upfront. But you know, to love somebody you believe did horrible things repeatedly, and still have empathy for the victims and I mean the survivors. There's got to be shame in it.
Well, and I think that we had a section that we had to pull out for time mostly, where we asked everybody, would you watch this stuff again? Would you show it to kids? And so where we had lots of people go through how they would reckon with it.
Like what stuff?
Like, would you show episodes of The Cosby Show to kids in your life? Would you listen to him do stand-up again? Do you do this? And the idea sort of to show like how people are reckoning with it, and it's all everybody has their own way. Most people said no, but then we had people say yes, but the idea being that like, and this is what I sort of come to now, is that first of all, we all separate art from the artist all the time, just in ways that we don't think about.
Because we don't know a lot too.
Well, we don't know that, or we don't judge the thing that some things we don't judge as harsh, other people are judging as harsh. Like I think of much, and I'm doing this on purpose, Eric Clapton right now. There's a whole lot of like, I didn't know the racist story from the past. He's an anti-vaxxer coronavirus conspiracy guy, but he has 40 years of music that I've loved. And so, well, not me.
Yeah, no, I know.
Hendrix was always better. I don't know.
I had problems with Clapton, but I know what you're saying.
But the idea that like we do it a lot. But the problem with the Cosby thing is, and this is a problem with generally, is that when somebody else doesn't separate it the way you do, then that's where the problem lies. And I think what we have to understand, we have to have empathy for the fact that like, I'm going to separate it here, but that doesn't mean other people are going to separate it in the same place. And right now, we spend a lot of time arguing about these lines on social media in ways that aren't productive. And what I'm saying is like, look, here's how I feel about it. I can think positively about some of the stuff that Cosby did, but I'm not ever going to forget about the survivors.